My button. Remember to push your buttons. Welcome to, we are having a joint meeting this morning of the Academic Affairs and Student, what do you call it? Campus. We're having a joint meeting, Student Campus and Student Affairs Committee, right. So I will start off the morning here with the roll call. And Regent Lindemeyer.
Here.
Regent Least.
Here.
Provost Wickard.
Present.
Provost Walpart.
Present.
Provost Fuentes.
Present.
Vice President Martino Herman, excuse me.
Present.
Vice President Paula Knudsen. Is she on yet? No, not yet. Okay. Interim Vice President Laura McLaren.
Present.
Present. Chief Academic Officer Dr. Rachel Boone.
Present.
Assistant Chief Academic Officer Jason Pontius.
Present.
And Regent Butker's present. We have a quorum. We will begin. The first item on our academic affairs meeting is the minutes of the November meeting. Are there any changes? Seeing none, then these minutes are approved by general consent.
And we also request approval of the campus and student affairs minutes from November. Are there any changes to those, as you've seen? Hearing none, we'll recommend approval by general consent.
Okay, thank you. At this time, then, I'll ask Provost Fuentes to present us with the University of Iowa's request for a new Bachelor of Arts in Education Studies and Human Relations.
Thank you, Regent Butker. So this is a proposal for a new Bachelor of Arts in Education Studies and Human Relations. This program, this new undergraduate degree, the purpose is to serve students who are interested in a career related to education or the helping professions, but who do not wish to pursue classroom teaching. We currently have a minor with great demand. We have over 400 students. So this proposal is in response to the demand from the students, as well as the opportunities that will present for them. This program will prepare our students for professional professions that require a high level of interpersonal communication. It's an interdisciplinary degree. The coursework is being offered or will be offered by the 4 academic departments in the College of Education. And the type of jobs that these students could pursue would be in educational administration, social and human services, human resources, so a lot of opportunities and great demands. In relation of the financial requirement, at this point, we are not requiring any financial support. The program will start with limited internal reallocations from the College of Education, and as the enrollment will grow, we'll be in a position to allocate more funding to it. We have conducted due diligence in consulting with the other 2 institutions, Iowa State and UNI, and they both are supporting this program, as well as the faculty from the College of Education, from the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences, and entire campus community. We have consulted within the state, and there is support and no concerns. So we are very excited to present this proposal for a new Bachelor of Arts in Education Studies and Human Relations to continue expanding our educational offerings. Thank you.
Great. Are there any questions or comments on the program? Sounds great, exciting. So if there's no objections, the Academic Affairs Committee will recommend approval of the Bachelor of Arts Education Studies and Human Relations at the University of Iowa. The next several items are from the University of Iowa as well, and Provost Fuentes, will you please present these requests to us?
Yes, thank you, Regent Parker. And these are 4 program change requests, but I'm going to present them all together. And I would like to start maybe offering a little bit of background. So in 2016, the Board of Regents approved the creation of an umbrella interdisciplinary degree, the biomedical science graduate degree. At that point, the program was created by bringing together 8 independent programs that decided to share a structure because of the potential benefits to be able to recruit applicants and to also to be able to promote biomedical interdisciplinary research. So at that point, the 8 programs suspended admissions to their legacy programs to become part of this consortium, and it was approved for 3 years. Over the course of the last 3 years, 3 of the programs, biochemistry, microbiology, and immunology, identify the nature of the competitive needs for attracting high-quality students, the needs for curricular advancements, as well as the competitive needs, the context of funding for faculty. So with that in mind, the decision is that they would be better served by continue to be, as before, independent programs. So these 3 programs, biochemistry, microbiology, and immunology, are requesting the reinstatement of admissions to the legacy programs starting fall 2020. 5 of the 8 original legacy programs that at that point joined the consortium, the other 5, which they are anatomy and cell biology, free radical and radiation biology, molecular and cellular biology, molecular physiology and biophysics, and pharmacology. They see the benefits of the consortium in the context of the recruitment, curricular advancements, and integration, as well as opportunities to pursue interdisciplinary funding. So with that, they would like to seek continuation of the admission suspension to their legacy programs for other 2 years. The current students will not be impacted by the approval of these requests. So in summary, the request is to reinstate admissions to biochemistry, microbiology, and immunology in a permanent manner, while we request to extend the suspension of admissions for the other 5 programs in the consortium until spring 2021. Thank you.
Are there any questions or concerns?
I have a question.
Yes.
I noticed that on a couple of these programs, maybe all of them, you mentioned that you're not applying for program accreditation. Is that common, or is it not needed?
That would depend on the programs. In some cases, we go after the accreditation, others not.
Okay, but you decided not to on these?
On which ones?
On, I think, the biomedical.
In the interdisciplinary one?
Let me
Or in the,
see. Let me see here, I made a note. And I can't find it now, but there were 2 I know that you mentioned that you were not applying for program accreditation.
I would like to maybe, John Keller, he's with us, to maybe elaborate on the accreditation. John, are you joining us?
Mm-hmm. It's the PhD in biochemistry is one that they're not applying for. Yeah.
And I would just add that PhD programs typically are not go through accreditation process.
Okay.
Conventional.
All right, thank you.
Regent Becker?
Yes,
I think
Regent
what I
Bates.
had a question too, and it was in the Education and Human Services, that it says no programmatic accreditation will be sought. Okay. So
That's a different one. That was the previous one.
so there will not be.
Yeah, and this is now for classroom teaching, so we will not prepare the students to go through the process of the licensure.
I would just add as a reminder that all of our programs are covered by our regional accreditor, by HLC, so there is an accreditation for all of these programs.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? If not, then we will recommend approval of each of the following: extended admission suspension for biomedical science legacy programs, reopen admissions in Doctor of Philosophy and Biochemistry, reopen admissions in Doctor of Philosophy and Immunology, and reopen admissions in Doctor of Philosophy Microbiology. The next item is a program name change request from Iowa State. And Provost Wickert, will you share more about this request?
Actually, Regent Becker.
Yeah.
I apologize. That item was pulled from the agenda. It's not required for that particular request to go through the board approval process, and I apologize
Okay.
that wasn't pulled from your notes there.
Okay. Then we'll move on then to the annual distance education report. And we will receive a presentation on the distance education report from the universities from Rachel Boone.
Thank you, and it will be just a couple of brief remarks. You have received the report, and hopefully you've had a chance to take a look at that, and I'd be happy to take questions on behalf of the statewide Extension, Continuing, and Distance Education Council. I sit with them as a group that meets monthly, and they are responsible for really a lot of the work that goes into putting this report together. I just want to highlight a couple of things for you today. There has been, as noted in the report, a continued increase in the programs and the courses available via distance learning. And I'll make sure to point out that distance learning in this case does sometimes mean face-to-face learning that takes place somewhere other than on one of our 3 campuses. So if we think about the Papa John building in downtown Des Moines, various cohorts that may take place in Mason City or Pella or Sioux City or around the state. So just point of emphasis that it's a broad definition for distance education there. And student enrollment has continued to increase. Non-credit activity, I'll highlight too, is a really large area for our institutions. We know that it's really large, of course, through the ISU extension services, but it is actually at all 3 institutions. There's a really high level of non-credit activity taking place that is part of serving the professional development, continuing education, as well as a lot of life skill sorts of things that folks all over the state are benefiting from. So I would highlight that to you as well. And 2 more pieces. One, because it's something that we've really sort of been concentrating on the last couple of years, the Western Iowa Regents Resource Center, which we sort of reorganized and revitalized with some support, has really advanced a lot of the connections that they're making throughout Western Iowa. And I think it's interesting to note, and one small indicator perhaps, is in 20 of the 25 counties served by the Western Iowa Regents Resource Center, distance ed enrollment was up in the last year. So I think as they're sort of coalescing the service that they provide, it seems to be having some nice impact. And the last point I would like to emphasize is regarding the RAPL program, the Regents Alternative Pathway to Iowa Licensure, which is meant for teachers, those who, well, not for teachers, it's for people who want to become teachers, who already have a bachelor's degree, maybe in a different field. This is a brief program that they can do over the course of about 18 months. It includes, though, a year of that, 9 months of that is as a teacher in a classroom, and a teacher intern where they're salaried and they're doing the work. And what's great is 32 people pursued that program. It's a joint program between all 3 institutions. 32 were able to be recommended for licensure last year. There are currently 48 individuals in that program across the 3. And it's a really important alternative in this really important high demand field in the state of Iowa. So I would note that program is doing very, very well. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions concerning this? Everyone's right to hear.
Thank you.
Sorry, we'll call on Jason Pontius to introduce the speakers for the annual financial aid report. Jason.
Thank you. And I'll be here to answer any questions about the data that folks might have, but for today, I'm going to invite the kind of the content matter experts, the directors of financial aid from the 3 universities. We have the new financial aid director from University of Iowa, Cindy Seifer, Roberta Johnson from Iowa State University, and Tim Bakula from University of Northern Iowa.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to be here today and share with you the work that we are doing across our Regents institutions in the area of financial aid. I am Roberta Johnson, the Director of Financial Aid at Iowa State University, and as Jason mentioned, Cindy Cipher, our newest member, and Tim Bakula from UNI. We have a number of goals when we are awarding financial aid that we are seeking to accomplish, and sometimes those goals may seem a little bit polar opposite of each other. So we're doing an interesting mosaic, I guess you would say, of trying to put together the best package to encourage students to enroll at our institutions. We're very concerned with access and affordability, as we know that you are as well. At our institutions, we also utilize financial aid as a mechanism for recruitment as well as retention. We don't want to just bring students to our institutions only to have them find out later that they cannot afford to stay. And finally, we've been doing significant efforts around the issue of minimizing student debt of our students. And I'm proud to say that I feel like we have stabilized that. It would be lovely to see it just dramatically drop, but as costs increase, that becomes a difficult endeavor, and so we feel that it's a win if we've just stayed stable. So first, I would like to share with you the slides, and is this the clicker that I need to use? There we go. All right. So compared to nationally, using the most current data that we have available, the 2018-19 information, you can see that our Regent institutions are relying very heavily upon funding institutionally as compared to other institutions throughout the United States. You'll see one of the big reasons for that is that in many of the other states, there are robust state grant programs that are available to assist students at those institutions. You can barely see it on the slide for the public institutions, but 0.4% state for our institutions. So we are relying very heavily upon our institutional aid to assist us, as well as utilizing the federal programs and the funds that our foundations are raising, and many of our students, particularly freshmen, are coming to us with outside scholarships that are very beneficial toward their educational costs. Breaking that down at our public institutions, you can see that we are at $373.1 million in federal dollars. Our Regents dollars are $273.3. The other, which again is foundation and outside support, at $122.3, and the state overall at $2.8 million. Interesting also to note with the state programs is that primarily those state programs are students that have already met certain criteria. A lot of our National Guard students, that is reported here, so obviously it's a pass-through that the state sends those National Guard dollars to us. For those students who qualify, foster grant program, the All Iowa Opportunity Grant Program, et cetera. Looking at how each of us individually stack up, you can see that we are all invested in our students. Some of that is going to be varying dependent upon our enrollments and how many undergraduates that we are supporting at our institutions, but it is a sizable source of funding for financial aid for our students on our campuses. And then breaking this down in terms of the types and source, the largest of the federal is still the loans. That would include the federal supplemental Stafford loan, the federal direct unsubsidized Stafford loan, the federal direct plus loan that parents can borrow on behalf of their students. And then there are some other loan programs that are available, students who are borrowing through private loan companies to meet their educational costs. In terms of grants and scholarships, the federal portion includes the federal Pell Grant and the federal Teach Grant program, which the Pell Grant program supports our neediest students on our campuses, and the Teach Grant program helps to enhance the ability for our teachers who seek to serve in a disadvantaged or underserved area. Other grants and scholarships, again, mentioning again the Regents' support for that, as well as the outside support and through our foundations. And then our employment, the federal employment is through the College Work Study Program. We do receive appropriations annually from the federal government to help support our students who choose to work on our campuses, but that is completely insufficient for the number of students who wish to work. And so we have a number of students who we supplement their wages on our campus by offering institutional work-study programs. I'm now going to turn it over to Tim. Oh, to Cindy, sorry.
Okay, that's okay. So I want to echo what Roberta said. We really appreciate the opportunity to be here with you today and to respond to any questions. Oh, sorry.
You're on.
Respond to any questions that you have. So we want to take a look here at a 10-year comparison. Once I move the slide.
Right one.
Right one, there you go. Okay. A 10-year comparison in terms of financial aid. And as Roberta had pointed out on the first slide, we do see here as well the decrease in terms of state funding, decrease of approximately 60% when you look at 9.6 million back in 2008 down to the 3.6 million now, and then corresponding increases from institutional support, other support, and then unfortunately not really increases on the federal level. There are minor increases. We've just received the Pell Grant chart or tables for the 2020-21 year as we're all anxiously getting ready to make those awards for the next year, and but very minimal increases.
$150.
There, yeah. So now we want to look at how things break down institutionally in terms of need-based versus non-need-based or merit financial aid. And our non-need-based aid might be considered to be the aid that we are using to recruit our students, the merit aid based on their academic profiles from high school. The thing, though, that I think it's really important for you to know is that there's a great deal of the non-need-based money that ends up going to cover financial need. So I just think that's important to point out, because the need-based money that we have clearly isn't enough to cover the need for all of the students that we're serving. And we are able to also work towards covering more of that need through some of the merit awards that are being given out. The other thing that I want to point out at this slide is that over the last few years, each of the institutions have looked at the sort of basic needs that we're seeing our students experience and need assistance with, whether that's homelessness, whether that's food insecurity. And so sometimes those are in the form of emergency grants. And hopefully that little bit of an emergency grant, maybe a student's car breaks down and they can't get to campus anymore and we're able to help with that, or they are having their roommate moved out and they're having trouble making their rent payments, and we're able to help with that so that they can continue. Or maybe they have food insecurity and we now have campus food pantries, ways in which we can help people that may not have an actual monetary value attached to it, may not show up on these reports, but are really important to the retention and the well-being of our students. And then we want to talk about the Parent Plus loan. One of the things that I think is very important to all of the schools is, as Roberta said, making sure that we don't just recruit them, but that we're able to retain them. And as part of that recruitment, we want to make sure that the students and parents have a very clear understanding of what that financial gap is going to be and how they're going to cover it. And one of the ways we can make that financial gap more apparent, make them more aware of it, is through not packaging the PLUS loan.
The University of Iowa stopped packaging the PLUS loan last year for 19-20. It's already become last year for me. The University of Northern Iowa won't be packaging for the 2021 year. Iowa State is not packaging. It doesn't mean that that we're not telling the students and families about that resource and that they're not able to take advantage of that. But we want to make sure families know that it is a credit-based loan and that it isn't guaranteed. We don't want them to think that everything's covered when we've packaged it, and then they get to campus and realize that that's not actually something that they can even access. There are also families that are choosing to take out the private loan in lieu of the Parent Plus loan because there are times that the parent is able to get a better rate because the parents too can borrow the private loan, not just the students. So we want to make sure that families are exploring all their options and are fully aware of what they're going to need in terms of covering their cost. So I'm going to turn that over to Tim now.
And just one more thing on kind of the move to not awarding Parent Plus loan. I think it's also important to note that the terms that we're using, other financing options, allow a family to realize there are payment plans available at all 3 Regent universities. There may be savings plans that they've already established as well. So really giving them the full gamut of options at their disposal and working with us to determine how best to afford college. The first slide that I'll kind of talk about relates to net price, or what I'll call affordability for resident students through grants and scholarships. What we have here is a chart showing all of Iowa's 4-year colleges and universities. You can see highlighted on the left the 3 Regent universities having the lowest net price. And just a reminder of what net price represents, it's the cost of attendance minus other grants and scholarships. So once you take the full cost of attendance and begin subtracting the gift assistance, whether it's a grant or a scholarship that a student's received, you come up with the net price. You can see that all 3 Iowa Regent universities have done a great job of being affordable options and viable options for a family who's looking at accessing a quality education within the state. Another measure of that, kind of on a different plane, is looking at the net price by income range. So this information is aggregated through the common data set and iPads, some reporting mechanisms that we utilize, and it combines all 3 Regent universities based on the income levels and what the net price would be for those individuals. So on the far left, you have $0 to $30,000. A student in that income range would expect to pay on average about $11,500 or $505 as a net price. As you follow that across, you can kind of see the first 2 income ranges more than likely have a fair amount of federal Pell Grant eligibility within them, as well as some of that institutional financial aid that Roberta and Cindy have talked about in terms of what we do to help support our students here. Once we begin getting over into the $48,000 on up to the $110,000 or more of that becomes self-support. However, there are still institutional scholarships and other forms of financial aid that are available to those students. But the thing that we really strive for is that balance that Roberta's talked about. How do we recruit and retain a student to attend our universities with the limited grants and scholarships that we have as an institution to support them with. You'll note that the lowest range, that $0 to $30,000, is about 42% or so lower than what the $110,000 more range would be. So we're doing our best to make it affordable for those families that may have the highest levels of financial need there. One of our favorite slides to talk about is the debt for graduates of Iowa 4-year colleges and universities. These are students that graduated in the class of 2018 reflected on the screen here. You'll see on the left hand the average debt for graduates that borrowed. That's the more common figure that's used to explain debt levels amongst colleges and universities throughout the country. And you'll see all 3 Regent universities rank very highly in terms of what we're doing to help mitigate the debt that a family is taking on, or a student in this case is taking on. Obviously, those debt levels have been a source of concern nationally and within the state for quite some time. To give you a frame of reference, the state of Iowa has an average indebtedness of a little over $30,000. The national average is about $29,200. All 3 Regent universities are under each of those metrics at this time. So that's what we're striving to do, as Roberta mentioned early on, with the cost of education rising over the last decade, obviously, and the sources of federal aid remaining relatively stagnant and state aid almost non-existent. We're doing a very good job, I would say, in terms of helping a student understand the debt that they're taking on. Over the last 3 years, I know this group is very familiar with the Board of Regents mandated financial literacy training that's available to students. We're in year 3 of those efforts on our campuses. That's been going very well, and each of us have been able to tailor our services to students in a manner that best reflects the resources that we have on our campuses. And so that's done wonders to help students understand what they're doing as they go through their college experience and hopefully come out better for it in the end here. The figure on the right just shows average debt for all graduating students. So I know if you take the average amount of students that borrow and spread it across all students, that obviously lessens the amount there that each student on average would take out. Just a little bit of information on the numbers of students or percentages that actually borrow at each of the institutions. UNI is at about 69% of our students will borrow at one point or another during their undergraduate experience. I believe Iowa State's in the upper 50 percentile, 58.5%, I believe, in terms of numbers of students that borrow, and Iowa's right at just above 50% maybe of their students that borrow. So looking at these figures, you also have to keep in mind that not every student is obviously borrowing at our Regent universities either. And then lastly, the 3-year default rate, something we're all very proud of in terms of the outcomes for students. You can see all 3 Regent universities, very excellent default rates. And what that is a measure of a student's ability to take on the debt that they've borrowed and find a way to either enter a viable repayment plan or begin repayment through the jobs that they're actually receiving once they leave us. So if you look at almost 97% of all of our students or more have no issues with defaulting on a loan. They're able to make their payments on time and pay them off within a repayment plan that works best for the occupation that they've entered into. So that's something we're very proud of, and I think a lot of this is almost an expectation now, but there is a lot of work that goes into it from the financial aid side of things, and it's also a testament to our students who understand the importance of what they're doing while they're in school and the work that they may have done with our office to help understand their obligations once they're finished. So with that, I will open it up to questions for the group. If anyone has any, feel free.
Nancy?
Thank you. A very interesting report. I just wanted to ask, I know the private schools in Iowa have like free tuition for kids of employees in some cases. Do we do any of that?
No.
No.
No, there is no free tuition for Regent University employees.
Or even a portion of the tuition.
Or even a portion.
None.
I've heard that there's some at community colleges, but I don't know that for certain.
I'm not sure that.
I don't know that.
There are.
But there are.
Yeah.
There are.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nancy, do you have a question?
I do have a question. Do you know what % of students work, not just your school employment, but work outside in the community? What % are working?
That is a very tricky question to get at because if they're not working on campus, we don't have the capacity to measure that really very well. And so it's a question that gets asked frequently, but we don't have a good mechanism for getting at the right answer for that. About the only thing that we can utilize is the FAFSA, the free application for federal student aid, that they would fill out the next year, but that's reporting on their income from 2 years prior now, and so even that is a less than accurate measure. So,
The one thing that I will add, though, that isn't really your question, but I think it's really important to know about student employment, is that on our campus, and I'm sure on the others, it's what we would call a high-impact practice. It's something that really makes a substantial difference in the students' engagement on our campus and success on campus. we have been able to track students on our campus to show that students who are working a job and working a manageable number of hours, we don't allow them to work any more than 20, that's a state rule, are going to be more likely to be retained from year to year, more likely to graduate within both a 4-year and a 6-year rate, I mean, at a higher percentage than their non-working peers, and their GPAs are not suffering. So I think anything that we can do to improve opportunities for employment. I mean, many times when we talk to our students about what was the single most important impact or opportunity for them, particularly during their first year, it can be their student employment, because that's what allows them to make a connection to the campus. And we've really worked to make sure that they are making connections between what they're learning in the classroom and what they're doing on the job as well.
Thank you.
Sherry?
Yeah, very good presentation, very interesting. It sounds like you all do a lot to work with students and their families. How soon do you start working with students and families?
Sure, that's a great question. I know we do have efforts on down through the high school ranks, and probably some maybe in middle schools to a limited degree, but as early as possible. We've done a good job, I think, on our campus of working with students that are looking at entering at least in high school and what the path to affording college would be. You get at a very base level of just what is college, even with a freshman, for instance, and then helping them understand the differences between the sticker prices that they would see at a private college versus a Regent as compared to a community college, and what that actually means. Just is college even a viable option for them, and helping them understand that it can be affordable. And then really where that ramps up is into their junior and senior year, I would say, when you can realistically have campus visits. They can see costs that might only be a year away, and then begin exploring those options. As Roberta and Cindy both mentioned, we're in the process of sending out awards right now. We are inundated with phone calls about how do I interpret this award and really understand it. And so leading in through now, through the start of the academic year in August, when we have orientations and whatnot, we are doing a tremendous job, I think, or taking on a tremendous amount of work in terms of helping educate families on what is the best practice for you as an individual group to determine how to best afford college. So really it can start as early as leaving that hospital with a newborn, if you want to think of it that way, all the way up through leaving college as a graduate, hopefully.
Absolutely, thank you.
David has a question.
Sorry if I missed this, but did you define default in that chart on the default rate? Was default, late payment, partial payment, or no payment at all? Or?
Yeah, default technically would be when a student fails to make a loan payment within 270 days. They would enter default. And then there is about a 3-month window where the federal government works with insurance and whatnot. So really up to about a year when a student is without payment going into default then. And that really is defined by the year that they entered repayment. So the cohort that you saw on there is from the fiscal year 2016, I believe. So if they defaulted in 16, 17, or 18, they would have shown up as a defaulter and counted against our percentage there. So that is kind of what's represented in that figure.
Nancy, do you have another question?
I do have a quick question. I can't remember exactly what year it was that the state stopped funding the work study. And my question is, if it were to, it's been quite a while, but I was there.
Yep.
I wondered if there are jobs, if we could expand that, if there would be meaningful jobs available for students, and could somehow the university fund it, or?
I think the answer to your question was probably about 2003, and the reason I recall that is that annually I do a presentation for one of our graduate classes, and I show the state work-study program, and it flatlines.
Yeah.
It's just dead. And so I think the answer would be yes, that if we had the capability to get additional funds to help our students, the big help is not only because our students would love to work, but also the fact that that the work-study program helps to support the employers on campus. So through the federal work-study program, a portion of the students' wages is supported by the federal work-study program. It's subsidizing that students' wages. So it helps those campus employers be able to hire more students, if you will, because not 100% of their wages are coming from the departmental resources. It's coming from partially from the federal government. At our campus, we also have an institutional work study that we've supported, and we utilize the same split, if you will. So we're currently at a 60-40 split, meaning that 60% of the students' wages are paid by the work study program, and 40% has been paid by the department that is employing them. And so that's been a great benefit. Federally, the minimum could be a 50-50 split, and the maximum is a 75-25 split.
Thank you.
Sherry has another question.
Yeah, just to follow up on that. So work study is paid in dollars, not in room and board.
Correct.
Many years ago, when I was there, I worked through it with room and board, and it was a great system. So, okay, thanks.
I have two real quick questions. Roberta, on your first pie chart that you showed through up there, I don't know if you can get back to that or not, but it made it look like when you compared the Regent universities with the national average as far as federal support, it looks like maybe our students aren't. You had it up there at one point.
That one.
There it is. Yeah. That maybe our students aren't getting their fair share, or is that skewed by what's available in the other pieces of the pie there?
I've thought about this quite a while. I think it's skewed a little bit by what's available because it's looking at the whole United States. And so there are some states that do have phenomenal state grant programs, and we've seen some states that have ramped up. Virtually every state contiguous to Iowa has a state grant program that is available to their neediest students, providing that they are attending a state institution within that state. So that obviously skews that wedge of the pie for overall.
Okay, I would think that that would make our piece of the pie bigger, though, but maybe, I don't know. And the other question I had was on the chart that refers to undergraduates with financial need and met need. It looks like the trends at the University of Iowa and UNI, to a lesser degree, are trending down. Is there a reason for that, or is that an anecdotal?
Was that the third slide that I had?
I didn't remember seeing that slide up there. It's in our report.
That report?
This doesn't have a page number on it, but it shows in, what'd you say, Nancy? 7. Page 7? Oh, page 6. It would be page 6 in our, for instance, at the University of Iowa, it shows that percent of need met in 2016 was 71%. Then it went to 67%, and now it's 56%.
I think that may be a result
55.
of an aid program that we chose to
Summer Hawk.
retire, right. The
Okay.
Summer Hawk grant was a program that at its largest was probably an $8 million program. It did not do what we had thought it was going to do, which was improve our four-year graduation rates and help more students keep on track to graduation. And each year we are going to assess the dollars that we're spending and the ways in which we're spending them and see if they're really producing the impact that we want. And if they're not, as we found with this program, we're going to look to phase them out and put that money then into something else and to see if we can get a better result in that other area. So that's what's showing up for this year. Now, we won't see that next year because we'll be past that. But this year it was very evident in terms of the loss of that. Yes.
And I think in one of the things that we're doing at UNI to address this too is looking at the students who did have financial need and are we meeting their need through grants or scholarships. And one of the programs that we've started is beginning in 2021 is a scholarship program that is much more robust in terms of the admissions-based awards that a student would receive. So that will help hopefully mitigate some of the need that a student has, so a needy student would get more in scholarship potentially as well as what they received in grants then too, to hopefully bridge that gap as best possible. So it's definitely something that we're aware of, and trying to meet the needs of our neediest students is kind of ideal number one for us. So
Thank you.
thanks.
Thanks for all your patience for all of our questions.
We appreciate the questions.
My notes show that maybe Rachel has something to add. Are there any other questions for the financial? Okay. Okay. Rachel, do you?
Thank you, Regent Lindenmeyer. And it's actually not regarding the student financial aid report. So I appreciate the opportunity. I just wanted to mention, as really a note of other business, that highlight in the past the Academic Affairs Committee has received a report on faculty resignations. Last year, we took a pause on that while we were trying to reorganize and relook at the way that information was presented. And I just want to make sure to highlight and note to all of you that the faculty resignations information that you previously received as an independent report to this committee is now available in the Human Resources report, which is on your docket for the full board for this afternoon. So I'm sure you've been able to see it right now, but I just want to make sure, or prior to today, but I wanted to highlight for you that that information is still available. It's just been relocated.
Thank you. You want to adjourn the meeting?
The committee is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
You want to do that again? Sorry.
Okay, we will call to order the Property and Facilities Committee meeting of the Board of Regents, State of Iowa. At this time, if you would note those that are in, members that are in attendance. Our first order of business are the minutes of November 13th, 2019 committee meeting. Are there any additions or corrections or questions or comments on those? Okay, if not, those will be approved by consent. Agenda item B is a register of University of Iowa capital improvement business transactions. Rod Leonard, please.
Thank you, Regent Dokovich, committee members. The University of Iowa has 4 projects to present. 2 of those are permission to proceed, 1 a revised permission to proceed, and 1 a schematic design and budget approval. I'll go through the 4, and if you have any questions, and we've also got some folks both on the line with video feeds and in the room to help answer any questions you may have. The first of our 4 projects, and I'll mention Gary Barta, Athletic Director for the University of Iowa, is on video in Iowa City. Also proud, obviously, to present this project to the Board of Regents. We are asking for permission to proceed with planning on the Carver Hawkeye Arena, wrestling practice, and operations expansion project as a part of Carver Hawkeye Arena. This fits into the multi-year master planning efforts by the athletic department for their facilities that continue on and require and benefit from the generosity of very loyal and helpful donors and supporters of the athletic department at the University of Iowa. This project would be a project of roughly 37,000 square feet, envisioned at this point to be a 2-level wrestling facility, both practice and training and operations facility for our wrestling program. As all of you know, wrestling is a strong suit at the University of Iowa. We have been an epicenter for the wrestling world nationally and internationally for decades. We are currently #1 in the nation, and if you were watching the Big Ten Network, you would have seen that we took care of business against #2 and defending national champion Penn State on Friday, and a very exciting environment with Coach Brands and the team. And this is a project that is much needed and can benefit from the momentum created by what we have going on with the team. We're currently estimating the project preliminarily at $17 to $20 million, but understand that as we get the permission to proceed approval, we will establish both the consultants and the designers who will work with us through a search process, and then develop the scope and cost for this project so that we can move forward with it and also get after the fundraising. This is a project that the athletic department is slating for total commitment by the program and the donors who will support the program. There is good momentum already on this project, but much more to do. So as we have this permission to proceed, Gary and his team and the University of Iowa Center for Advancement and that team, we will all be helping in generating more philanthropic support for the project, getting out on the road with early conceptual drawings and visions for what this can become to make it a reality. Again, I've given you the scope, and it will be with athletics department gifts, and we will be coming back to the Board of Regents in the future with the more accurate scope of work and associated costs for that project. We've described some of the elements of the scope of work in this project, all related, of course, to the training, locker rooms, training rooms, office space. We're also looking for direct access to Carver Hawkeye Arena, the current assumptions being that the site would be directly south of Carver Hawkeye Arena and on that site in an available area of land adjacent to the current arena, an important centerpiece for our athletic department. The next project we have is the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics Roy J. Carver Pavilion Upgrade Elevators E and Double E banks. This is a project to upgrade 6 elevator passage directions within the Roy J. Carver Pavilion. Estimated cost preliminarily at $5 million. This would be funded by hospital building usage funds and/or bond proceeds. The elevator banks are over 30 years of age, and not only from their operational but also their service perspectives and today's needs and access for patients need to be really completely upgraded. So we will start planning on that project upon approval, and we'll move forward. It will also have to be a project that is, as you can imagine, phased during construction so that we can keep those areas of the hospital available. So that will extend some of the construction window and impacts the costing of the project as well.
Rod, does that, in the construction of the project, does that need to be the original manufacturer and installer?
It does not specifically. We do have to make sure that it's cared for in context with the other elevator facilities. As you can imagine, the banks we have are numerous, and all of them are cared for singly. So there are some restrictions to either the systems have to be compatible, and in those cases there are some restrictions in what can be put in new.
Yep. Okay, thanks.
But different than has been the case in past decades, more of those systems are more translatable today in the technologies that they use. So there's a bit more flexibility on that front. And the systems will obviously be latest state of the art and reliable systems that are computer-based and are and do include elements like increased safety with fire cabinets that we put near those safe zones for people that are at the elevators, as well as modernized and updated buttons and call systems.
Okay.
The third project that we're presenting to you is a revised permission to proceed with planning. I will reference that both David Keft in Iowa City, who has been very central to a lot of the work we've been working on for this project, as well as our CEO of UIHC, Suresh Gunasekharan, who will be presenting later for the hospital committee, is here in case there are questions you may have for us. This project is a revised permission to proceed. The Board of Regents approved permission to proceed in September of 2016 for the Iowa River Landing Medical Office Facility. After further study of that site, compaction of that site, services that we need to provide for access for patients and service to patients, land the university owned at the south edge of North Liberty was deemed as more appropriate for this facility and an expansion of the services to be afforded by that larger piece of land. And so we bring to you a second or a revised permission to proceed with planning for the UIHC North Liberty Medical Office building development. Additionally, with this request, we are asking for approval of the delivery method to be construction manager at risk, and also a waiver on the design professional selection with this permission to proceed to allow us to continue to work with Newman Munson Architects of Iowa City. They were selected in an open search process for the first project, and their in-depth work in the early programming and design related to interior functions of this give them a level of knowledge and expertise on this specific project that we feel is both worthwhile and important as we move forward. So we're asking for that search waiver as well. The project itself would be funded by a combination of hospital revenue bonds, gifts, and hospital building usage funds. The specific scope of the project and cost of the project will be evaluated in this first range of studies and designs that we do upon your approval for us to move forward with schematic design. As I mentioned before, the site that we have advanced with this project is at the corner of Highway 965 that connects Court Coralville with North Liberty, and Forever Green Road, which also splits or divides generally North Liberty and Coralville. It is also connected directly to Interstate 380 with a new interchange that has just finished and been open, allowing for this site, again, to have more access, direct access and easy access to the general public. And as is the case with all of the UIHC projects we're presenting to you today, the key element in all of them is improving patient access and also, in this case, helping to decompress the congested UIHC main complex. CEO Gunasekaran has presented on multiple occasions the capacity issues we have, the access issues that we have with an overcapacity central hospital complex. This will allow us to serve the public and to serve those who need the services of our hospital much more effectively. And we're actually, we are very excited about the project and moving forward with this site. So very exciting project for us. I will move on to our fourth project, also a UIHC project within the main complex, Pomerantz Family Pavilion Expand Level 3 Cancer Center. This is a schematic design and budget approval. You have documents and plans to show the effort. It is a project that will renovate and modernize 5,400 square feet of the Pomerantz Center third floor. The space was made available with our Women's Health Department moving and relocating, making this space available for a growing and pressing need within the hospital. Oncology infusions, as it says in your write-up, are continuing to increase both in time and complexity, and this will afford us both expansion and modernization of those cancer treatment methods and needs that we have, once again, for the access and service to the patients. And we all know with aging population and increased cancer incidence that the needs for these kinds of modernizations are even more pressing as we look forward. So an important project for us. $3,286,000 is the budget, and this would be funded by hospital building usage funds. Our intent on the project is to start construction this summer, and it would be complete by next summer in 2021. Those will conclude the four projects the University of Iowa has to present and ask for approval by the Board of Regents today.
Any questions from committee members on those four projects? Questions or comments? Okay, hearing none, those stand approved by consent, and we will take that to the full board. Thank you very much, Rod.
Thank you.
We also have a University of Iowa naming. And again, Rod Leonards, please.
Absolutely. Thank you, Regent Dokovich. Committee, this is something the University of Iowa is very proud, always very proud to bring to the Board of Regents and celebrate with you. And again, in Iowa City, Gary Barta is our athletic director, central in garnering this support, and also, like all of us, certainly like me, looking forward to the thanking of the great generosity in this case. The University of Iowa is asking for approval by the Board of Regents in compliance of your policy 2.3, section 17. We would like to recommend the board approve the proposed naming of the new Finkbein golf course clubhouse as the Nagel Family Clubhouse. We're requesting this project, the newly finished building. It's just being completed, will be ready for this coming spring season. To be named in honor of Mary Lee Nagel Duda and Fritz L. Duda in recognition of their leadership gift, which made this new clubhouse a reality. We will be taking the old 1956 clubhouse down at the tail end of this month with our completion of the construction of the new facility, and very proud to open the season with this new facility, which will provide proper, very importantly, proper safety shelter for severe weather incidents for the events that can be hosted there. Conference room, dining space, larger pro shop, restaurant, patio, locker rooms, all the appointments that are needed, including cart storage, to make this facility matching the notoriety of what is one of the state's top-ranked golf courses, and one we're very proud of, one that serves our intercollegiate athletics program, both our men's and women's golf teams. So the University of Iowa is grateful to the support of Mary Lee Nagel Duda and Fritz L. Duda, and what they and thus we provide this presentation to you for the naming of the Nagel Family Clubhouse. And I know, like Gary, I would like to personally thank the Dudas. They have been both humble in their efforts to provide this meaningful donation and have been great partners as we've developed this project into a successful conclusion.
Any questions or comments from committee members on the University of Iowa naming? Okay, hearing none, that will stand approved by consent.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Rod, Register of Iowa State University Capital Improvement Business Transactions, Pam Kane, please.
Thank you, Regent Johnson, committee members. Iowa State University brings 3 projects to the committee this morning. One is a new construction project, and we're asking for permission to proceed. The other 2 are basically renovation projects. The first one is the Jack Trice Stadium Eastgate Bridgeway. The proposal is to construct an elevated gateway bridge across South University Boulevard. It would be connected to the east side of Jack Trice Stadium. Sorry. Okay. Do I have to start over?
No, you're fine.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And right now, South University Boulevard is a 4-lane highway or 4-lane road at 45 miles an hour, and we only have 2 crossings from the east side to Jack Trice Stadium. And when we get about 350 visitors for our football games, there's a significant amount of parking and a lot of on the east side of University Boulevard. And this would also present a way to enhance the entrance to the university. All university traffic comes down through South University Boulevard. So the permission to proceed also requests permission to consider the use of alternative delivery methods, and we'll consider the advantages and disadvantages of all those available delivery systems, including design build, construction manager agent, construction manager at risk, and then propose a delivery system that best provides the value and manage the risk for the projects. These would be to lower cost, to shorten the project life, to utilize specialized knowledge and expertise, and we would also consider a variety of methods for the different components of this project. Yes.
Can you run over the dates, the time frame for construction?
Well, we have no construction right now because it's only permission to proceed. It would have.
I understand that, but if there was some confusion in here.
Oh, okay. There might be in phases depending on when the football season is, because we don't want to impede the progress of any of the football parking and the fans going to and from. And so that's what the permission, we're going to figure out what the project is and if we have to do it in multiple projects. So we would break them down.
So we don't know when it might be done.
We don't know right now.
Okay. Any thoughts on adjusting those pedestrian at-grade crossings when this is completed, or do you just leave those the way they are?
Well, it depends on the whole project, because there's other things in the works right now and other things that are being looked at for that area. And so it would probably be, this would just be for the bridge itself. And the other crossings, I guess, would be more dependent on what else happens down in that area.
Got it. That makes sense. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks. That's all I had.
Okay.
Project number 2.
Project number 2 is parking lot improvements for pavement replacement on 3 parking lots. The 4th one is installing accessible stalls. It would be from a variety of funding sources, parking funds, the university funds, institutional roads funds, which are from Department of Transportation from the state, and then utility infrastructure repair, because we would, part of the reconstruction of at least lot 54 is water main and sanitary line replacement and electrical improvements. So that would be paid for by the utility system. And that's for approval for a project description and budget of about $3.8 million. The next project is a utility station power improvement. It's for approval of project description and budget of about $16 million, and that will replace and reconfigure the station's power system within the university power plant. It will be done in multiple phases over multiple years so that the plant is not impeded in delivering service, so for uninterrupted service. And we anticipate this project to take through 2027, because it would be done in stages, but it would all have to be done cooperatively as far as what the design would be. And want to remind you, it is a 50-year-old existing power station, so we are upgrading that. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay. Any questions on those projects? On those 3 projects from the committee members? Okay, hearing none, those are approved by consent. Thank you, Pam. Iowa State also has a university naming.
Yes, we do.
Take care of that one.
Iowa State is requesting approval to name Music Hall in honor of Simon Estes, and this would require a waiver of the policy. The policy for the board currently says no unit may be named for a current region employee. Dr. Simon Estes is an adjunct professor at Iowa State. He is 81 years old. He has had an extraordinary achievement through his lifetime. He has ongoing contributions to not only Iowa State, but to the country and the world. He's an Iowan. He is internationally acclaimed opera vocalist, humanitarian, and philanthropist. And he has done great things for Iowa State University students, and we respectfully request the policy waiver and the naming of the building.
Does everybody understand that waiver? Okay, any questions or comments? Okay, hearing none, that stands approved by consent. Thank you. Thank you again, Pam. Next and last item is the University of Northern Iowa request to raise 1 building. Michael Hager, please.
Regent Dokovich and committee members, the university is requesting permission to demolish a house at 2616 College, which is right across from Searley Hall, just off the edge of the campus. This is before you in the November meeting for purchase. At that time, we since acquired it and now are following through with the intended plans to demolish the house and the parking lot. The house has a significant amount of deferred maintenance, which we knew when we bought it. It's not ADA. It doesn't fit into the plans that we have for the institution. The project will be paid for using Treasurer's temporary investment income.
Any questions or comments?
I have a question. Is that the old Lutheran student?
Correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure I was thinking on the correct building. Yeah,
That's
needs
exactly-
to go.
Exactly correct. Yeah, that's right. Any other questions? Committee members, comments? Okay, that will stand approved by consent, and thank you very much, Michael. Is there any other business to come before this committee? Hearing none, we stand adjourned. Thank you. Thanks.
The meeting, Board of Regents, State of Iowa, for February 5, 2020 will come to order. I'll begin by calling the roll. Regent Dunkel.
Here.
Regent Barker.
Here.
Regent Least.
Here.
Regent County.
Here.
Regent Dakovich.
Here.
Regent Bates.
Here.
Regent Lindemeyer.
Here.
Regent Butker.
Here.
Regent Richards is present. We have a quorum and we can proceed. At this time, I'd like to turn the meeting over to Regent Dunkel, who will run the Audit and Compliance Committee meeting.
Thank you, President Richards. To start the Audit and Compliance Committee meeting, I'd like you all to refer to your books where we have the minutes of the November 13th, 2019 committee meeting. Are there any questions or corrections to those minutes presented? Okay, then the committee will approve the minutes by general consent. The next order of business is the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics Audit Report. And I'll recognize Dan Korolowski and Matt Myers from KPMG for a report on the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics Audit, if they're on the line.
Yes, thanks, Regent Dunkel. All right, can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So you've got a couple documents there. I'm going to run us through our required communications that are required by the AICPA standards. That is summarized in a letter to the Board of Regents. Also, we have a copy of the audited financial statements, which is very similar to the previous year. And I'll just give you a couple comments up front. This report will sound a lot like the previous year because we didn't have a lot of audit findings. Very few issues, great cooperation with Brad, Mark, and their team. Constant communication throughout the year, and I think part of that is that we identify issues early, we resolve them during the year, and so because of that, by the time we get to the audit, we don't have issues. So I'll run us through the letter. There's a paragraph called a responsibility under professional standards. We are responsible for issuing an opinion, which we have. We concluded our work on November 13th, 19. We issued an unqualified opinion. In paragraph 2 of that section, it talks about internal control. And although we're not issuing an opinion over internal control, we do design our test to test internal controls over key areas, including receivables, revenue, journal entries, estimates by management. And we look at the design of the controls and we test the operating effectiveness of those, and we did not identify any deficiencies in internal control. The next section talks about accounting practices and alternative treatments. The significant accounting policies and accounting practices are followed and outlined in the AICP audit guide for hospitals and healthcare systems. We don't have any deviations from that. There is a paragraph there that talks about our audit opinion has an explanatory paragraph, and that's just to tell the reader that the definition of our assets and liabilities and the entity that we're audited is the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics and does not include the entire university. So that, again, is just an explanatory paragraph. Page 2 of the letter, management judgments and accounting estimates. We've listed the key ones: reserves for contractual allowances and uncollectible accounts, meaning basically what is our net realizable value of receivables. Estimated settlements with third-party payers, which is a large estimated amount on our balance sheet, and then the pension and post-retirement benefit liabilities. What we do is evaluate management's methods, conclude whether or not they're reasonable, and then we test those. I'll talk about the testing in a second. Management uses history as a method for determining its reserve for receivables and its estimated settlements with third-party payers, and then it utilizes external actuaries as it relates to OPEB and the pension liabilities, and we found those methods to be fine. Significant risks, we had 3. Management override of internal controls is present in every audit, not just the hospitals. And so what we do is evaluate the controls over journal entries, the sign-offs, approvals. We download an entire population of journal entries, do sampling, and we found no instances of management bias or any management override. The valuation of contractual adjustments and bad debt allowance, we actually download independently the history of transactions by payer, and then do an independent estimate of what we believe the net realizable value of receivables would be and compare that to management's, and we found management's estimate to be reasonable, so no findings there. The next page talks about valuation of settlements with third-party payers, and again, management's using history and it's using the best information available from those third parties to estimate what a potential liability would be in case we had RAC audits or Medicaid audits and such. And again, we found the methods and determination of those reserves to be reasonable. No uncorrected or corrected misstatements, no disagreements with management, no significant issues discussed at the time of the audit. And then finally, to confirm that we're independent of the university, which gives us the opportunity to issue this opinion. The financial statements, there were no new disclosures in 2019, and as I said, there were no audit adjustments related to the unaudited numbers, and so those financial statements are substantially consistent with the previous year with just updated numbers. So I think I'll just open it up for questions.
Does anyone have any questions? No questions here.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity. And again, this time of year, I appreciate being able to call in telephonically.
Thank you. Thanks for the report, and congratulations to the University Iowa Hospital for a great, excellent report that they've given us. Next, I'll recognize Chief Audit Executive Patrice to present the internal audit reports for us.
Good morning. Since the November meeting, we have completed 9 audit reports and 6 follow-up memos at the University of Iowa. We have 2 audit reports done at Iowa State University and 1 audit at the University of Northern Iowa. I am pleased to announce that we are fully staffed at Iowa State University, with Alicia Hauser joining us January 13th. And believe me, she is deep into her first audit work. I'm going to highlight 2 audits at the University of Iowa. The first one is the discharge process. This is a hospital audit looking at the discharge of patients who are medically ready to leave. It's certainly not a unique situation. It is nationwide, an area with lots of attention and lots of work going on. The hospital has a throughput process committee that they have called together that is charged with developing initiatives in the hospital to address various problems. The most significant one being that the metric of having patients out by 11 o'clock a.m. is met only 10 to 15% of the time, while admissions continue to rise. It's a process involving many care teams and independent tasks, and it represents a significant opportunity for efficiency, revenue, and patient satisfaction. That is the reason why it was categorized as a red audit. The purpose of the audit was to evaluate the controls over discharge processes and determine where opportunities might be to improve, specifically in the following areas: barriers to discharge, benchmarking, tools or efforts that can assist in improvement. The scope was July 1, 2018 to present, and I'm going to highlight a few of those discussion items. The discharge metric itself, while the metric is at 11 a.m., the average time is actually 2:06 p.m. And there are 2 biggest roadblocks to this. Transportation arrangements by the caregivers are not ready. They're not ready to be picked up and delivered home. Also, discharge orders are not entered in a timely manner. So our recommendations are: 1, reconsider that 11 o'clock a.m. metric. If that benchmark is to be kept, address deeper coordination of efforts via the discharge lounge, perhaps, where patients could wait for their ride, opening up the room for another patient, improving communications with the patient's care team on the expected discharge date. Manager has responded saying they're developing a discharge lounge. They're doing further ongoing education of staff efforts, as well as reviewing that benchmark for actual achievability. Another area is consults. Many specialists provide consultation services to inpatient care providers. That may cause delays in discharge. Management should consider prioritizing those consults that impact the discharge of care plans. Management has recently approved a provider inpatient clinical consultation policy. That was done November 20th, 2019. And once all approval channels are completed, nursing will educate navigators and social workers on the new policy. Also, the software program EPIC may be able to help identify patients awaiting discharge such that better prioritization can occur. There also is a noon resident training. Residents in internal medicine and pediatrics leave the hospital floors over the noon hour for required education. That reduces coverage. The Internal Audit Department recommends that you increase provider coverage on those units with the discharge challenges during this time. And management says they will have nurses reach out to faculty when residents are not available. And additionally, they will improve communication and preparation the day before patients with a high likelihood of being discharged actually go. Another area is transportation contracts. UIHC does not hold any contracts with medical transportation companies. For patients who may need specialized transportation, those contracts may help speed requests. Management is developing an RFP to gauge the interest from transportation companies. We had other discussion findings, including the printing of after-visit summaries, weekend discharges or services, huddle consistency, patient readiness exit plan utilization and integration, follow-up orders, pediatric support, and phlebotomy work timing. Management has been very responsive to the recommendations over discharge processes. We will initiate follow-up on this in the third quarter of FY 2021. The other audit at the University of Iowa I would highlight is the Vulnerability and Patch Management Audit. This is an IT audit across the campus in UIHC, reviewing the process in place for scanning IT infrastructure for known vulnerabilities and managing the fixes, the patches on them. Audit was able to provide reasonable assurance that vulnerability management processes and controls are in place and functioning effectively, with some following discussion items. Accountability. Managing the vulnerability process needs more oversight or enforcement to ensure that critical issues that have been identified are being addressed in a timely manner. That is, who will follow up and when will they follow up? Greater communication needs to occur to ensure that roles and expectations are clear. Management responds that the Information Security and Policy Office will use UI's One IT operation to clarify that governance and enforcement. Scan report accuracy. The current process produces a large amount of false positives. There are options within the vulnerability management process that can be used to reduce this. And management has responded that they will evaluate and implement those processes where they can reduce network overhead, reduce those false positives, and minimize related security concerns. There also is an exception process. Along the lines of the previous discussion, there are processes that can be used to identify those false positives that are not relevant or too costly to mitigate when weighed against the level of risk. Working with Information Security and Policy Office should reduce the unnecessary effort. And again, the ISPO office will review this and begin educating system administrators and staff on this process. Other items in this audit included report distribution, risk scores, server administration, console access, and HCIS data center scans. There are a number of those items are all being worked on, and management was very cooperative. At Iowa State University, I'm going to highlight the disability accommodations. The purpose of this audit was to provide reasonable assurance that processes and internal controls are in place and functioning effectively for disability accommodation requests for students, graduate students, and employees. In FY 2019, there were 3,300 requests for accommodations by students, 26 for grad students, and 55 for employees. We found that information requested on all forms is appropriate, as is supporting documentation. Only eligible students were making use of the Exam Accommodation Center, where exams and scripts are adequately secured. There are a few discussion items. User access management. Student accommodation records are not fully secure, as some users are still active in the system after the individual no longer has a business purpose in that area. Internal Audit recommends that these accounts be deactivated and a procedure to periodically review those access privileges be established. Management has closed user accounts as necessary and will review access each semester with with management reviewing that those checks were done. Sharing student information. Students registering with student accommodation services are not always notified that their needs may have to be discussed with instructors and other units in order to provide the appropriate service. Management has added a notification statement to the online registration form for active agreement that the student has read it and understands their information will have to be shared in certain places. Employee and student accommodation records are being kept longer than required, and some hard copy employee records are not fully secured. Again, management is taking action. The password policy for accessing the accommodation software is weak, and management has set strong password policy that is now in place. And finally, exam accommodation referrals were received less than 1 week in advance, 50% of the time in the spring 2019 semester. The concern is that you may not have the proper monitors for students taking exams. Management will notify all instructors that are related to the issue. They'll put on the notice letters to remind them of the time period to ensure that they can actually accommodate facility needs. At the University of Northern Iowa, we audited the Active Directory. We actually have an IT auditor on loan from the University of Iowa to help us with that, since we have no IT auditors at UNI, and it was a very successful teaming. The Active Directory is actually a Microsoft application that stores information about and enables standardized management of IT resource services and user accounts. The purpose of this audit was to verify control in the Active Directory environment to make sure it was aligned with university policies, best practices, and Microsoft's recommended configurations. The scope was from the beginning of FY 2020 to present. There are 2 physical data centers on campus, both with good environmental and physical security controls. And in addition, several areas were tested for 3 active domains, which resulted in no findings. We do have some issues. Security policy. Specific audit settings on the domain controllers were not set to Windows security baselines, presenting some vulnerability. Management reviewed these settings, made changes where appropriate, and has completed that already in December. The Foundation Active Directory. There is a single point of failure in the Foundation environment, as only one person provides system support. Audit believes migration to the University Active Domain may be wise and recommends a cost-benefit analysis be done. If it is not feasible at this time, periodic review should continue, or if it is kept as a separate directory, a reference handbook should be created and someone trained as backup. Management will explore this with the Foundation, and they will ensure that a handbook and additional staff is developed. Security updates. The domain controllers at the power plant network are not consistently maintained with the security patches. Audit recommends this be done with greater frequency. Management will review vendor requirements and make updates where appropriate. User rights and user accounts. There were specific user rights settings on domain controllers not set to Microsoft's best practices, and there were user accounts were not necessarily inactivated when no longer needed. Management has made changes in user rights where necessary and will complete the review of user access yet this month. We have 2 final issues in password policy, where 2 domains do not have strong passwords, and lockout policies. Management has made changes to both of them, and the item is closed as of December. Finally, I'm pleased to report that in the list of follow-up reports at the University of Iowa, the UIHC Violence Protocols Audit was closed January 27th. Unfortunately, that was past the Board of Regents docket, so it did not make it in your print copy. The remaining past due audit for the hospital is the post-acute care audit, and it is scheduled to close in March. Also, for Iowa State University, the Department of Psychology is now closed. I finalized the report yet this morning, and it will be included on our April docket. And I'm pleased to take any questions if you have them.
Does anyone have any questions for Patrice? Yes.
Actually, I had a couple of questions about the emergency department audit that you had. So it seems like we're doing a lot of the right things, but our wait times in the emergency room keep getting longer. Is that accurate assessment?
Well, we have hospital people, and we can sure, but that is correct. You know, a lot of it's volume. We're having an increasing volume coming through the emergency department. And so it does make for a longer time stay on the emergency room floor.
You mentioned in the report, that we're handing out brochures and otherwise trying to promote quick care and other alternatives. Are we doing everything that we can to send people to alternatives, telling the staff, telling them in person that there are options and not just quick care, but other hospitals as well?
Well, we made recommendations in that area, but I would defer really to a hospital staff to say what everything is.
And in your audit process, did you compare what's going on at University of Iowa Emergency Department to other hospitals? Or
We did not do peer review.
Okay.
It is a not unique.
Right.
Right now we are doing a series of very large hospital issues. We are just now starting surgery. We've done the emergency room. As you saw here, we did the discharge process. These are very complex areas where we're seeing if there's anything we could do to assist in pointing out efficiencies that might be possible. But there is a throughput, as I said earlier, a throughput process going on at the university with lots of people being engaged in what can we do to improve the overall efficiency.
Okay. And I had one question on that UNI audit. 15 character passwords, is that right? That you're recommending?
15 or 13, I'm sorry. 15?
15 characters.
Yeah.
That's what their policy is.
Wow. That's a long password, right? And
some mental gymnastics, yeah.
doesn't that create new vulnerabilities because people can't remember those passwords and so they write them down and you don't think so? Is that really a?
We give people tips and tricks on how to come up with usually a common phrase. My first grade teacher was Miss Martin, and then change a couple letters to something. So we give them tips and techniques that come up with 15 letters.
All right.
And you also have
Regent
dual
Barker,
access.
if I may, I live a little bit in this world. The most secure advice has changed in the last several years on passwords from very complex, multiple, fewer character, but a lot of unusual characters in unusual, unintelligible order, to the advice currently is very long, exceedingly long, phrases that only you can remember. And it's for several reasons. The shorter the key password length, the more likely it is the speed of today's computers can break them pretty quickly, just by trial and error. And if it's only 6 to 8 characters, it's pretty doggone quick that you can break that. When you get out to 15 or even 30 characters and phrases that you only remember, that speed of breaking goes way up exponentially. But then most importantly, to your last point, you don't write them down because you remember it's my second grade teacher's pet's dog's name. That's what's happening.
Thank you.
Thank you for that lesson. Any other questions for Patrice? All right. Thanks, Patrice, for your report. We appreciate your diligence. Any other business to come before the committee? All right, hearing none, I'd like to make a motion that the Audit and Compliance Committee recommend that the board receive the following items: the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics Audit Report and internal audit reports issued. So do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Regent Bates, for that second. The Audit and Compliance Committee is now adjourned.
Thank you. Thank you, Richard Dunkel. At this time, we will have public comment before the board for us to listen. The board recognizes that the opportunity for expression of public views on issues that come before the board is important. Each presenter is limited to 3 minutes of time.
Or in the hospital.
Oh, I'm one ahead. Sorry. You should have jumped on me. Okay. I'll start again. Yeah. I now recognize Regent Bates, who will run the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics Committee meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, President Richards. Okay, as everybody wants to gather. All right. Our first item is approval of the minutes from the November 13th, 2019 meeting. Are there any questions or corrections? If not, the minutes are approved by general consent. And now I'd like to welcome Dr. Brooks Jackson, Vice President for Medical Affairs, and Tyrone D. Arts Dean, Carver College of Medicine. So I'll turn the floor over to you.
Thank you very much, Regent Bates. Other regents, good morning. I'm pleased to be here today and joined by Associate Vice President and Chief Executive Officer for UI Hospitals and Clinics, Suresh Gunasekaran, Associate Vice President of Finance and UI Healthcare's Chief Financial Officer, Brad Hawes, and our faculty presenter today, Dr. Christopher Adams, who I'll introduce in more detail a little bit later. For our presentation today, I'll begin by making some brief opening remarks, followed by Suresh and Brad providing a report on UI Hospitals and Clinics' operating and financial performance, as well as an update on our collaboration on a much-needed inpatient rehabilitation facility to help in our efforts to improve patient outcomes and enhance operational performance. Before I turn things over to Suresh and Brad, I'd like to comment on a few items. One, as we enter the second half of the fiscal year, we are generally pleased with our performance on a number of fronts. As you'll hear in the financial report, our hospital margin continues to be strong, and our faculty and staff continue to do incredible work to manage our very high inpatient capacity. Our researchers have been awarded $110.9 million in external funding so far in fiscal year 20, including $64.1 million in NIH funding. As you've heard me say before, research is also the key differentiator that sets academic medical centers apart and is one of the reasons why University of Iowa Healthcare is so uniquely valuable to the state of Iowa. NIH funding in particular is a key driver of institutional rankings and reputation and can make a significant difference in our ability to attract the best talent and really does provide the advances in patient care that really is extremely valuable for the people of Iowa. On a related note, you may have seen the terrific news that two Carver College of Medicine faculty members, Dr. Kevin Campbell and Michael Welsh, recently renewed their appointments with the Howard Hughes Medical Institute, which is one of the most prestigious honors in biomedical research. Strong NIH funding can also attract the interest of other funding opportunities, including philanthropy, and I'm pleased to report that donor gifts to UI Healthcare were up 4% through the end of calendar year compared to the same time period the year before. As you know, the University of Iowa and UI Healthcare are very focused on ensuring a more diverse, equitable, inclusive, and collaborative environment for our faculty, students, staff, and volunteers. Last month, our campus took part in its annual celebration to honor the life and legacy of Martin Luther King, Jr. We were honored to host a visit by another Dr. King, Dr. Talmadge King, MD, who is the Dean of the School of Medicine and Vice Chancellor for Medical Affairs at the University of California, San Francisco. Dr. King and his colleagues have done tremendous work in developing programs to foster a culture of inclusive excellence in one of the country's most prestigious academic medical centers, and we are eager to explore ways in which we might be able to incorporate some of those creative approaches that they've implemented. We have much work to do, but we are freshly energized and remain firmly committed to make progress in this arena, as we believe it will enhance our efforts to advance the tripartite mission of research, education, and patient care for the people of Iowa. Next, I want to mention an issue that has garnered a great deal of media attention of late and that is very high on everyone's radar, the coronavirus outbreak. As you know, the situation changes by the minute, and we, like everyone, are following the latest reports and recommendations coming daily from the national and regional health agencies, such as the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and the Iowa Department of Public Health. As of now, we have been following 7 returning travelers to UIHC from China. None are sick, none are symptomatic, and I believe within probably a week from now, they will be through the 14-day period. So far, we've not had anybody, but we are, they're self-monitored. We're keeping track just to make sure. So my primary aim today is not to review the latest guidelines on this, but ensure the board that our healthcare system is monitoring the situation closely, and we are fully prepared to diagnose and treat any potential patient who might be infected with the virus should the need arise. And several years ago in 2014, really prepared for the Ebola virus outbreak, and those facilities and procedures are in place in case we need to do something similar with a coronavirus patient or a patient with coronavirus. So the program of hospital epidemiology at UIHC is highly regarded and features several infectious disease specialists who are national leaders in this field. So we are fortunate to really have some really good experts in this area. In fact, we have one of the world's experts in coronavirus research, Dr. Stanley Perlman in the Department of Microbiology. And he had an article in this week's New England Journal, one of the leading articles there. So I think that speaks well of our expertise that we have at our College of Medicine and UIHC. But we clearly are prepared and ready to meet this challenge should we need to care for patients with suspected infection, and while importantly safeguarding the health and well-being of other patients, visitors, staff, and the community. In the broader context, and as part of the U.S. Academic Medical Center community, we also anticipate that some of our researchers and clinicians will contribute to the global response to understand, treat, and help prevent further spread of this emerging viral threat through people, faculty like Dr. Perlman. Academic medical centers have long played a critical role in our nation's response to public health emergencies, and we stand ready to do our part during this latest burgeoning crisis. With that, now I'd like to turn things over to Suresh and Brad. I think we have the slides on there to go over.
Still morning. Good morning, everyone. We are deviating today from our normal presentation format where we usually go through operational topics related to growth, to quality, and to patient satisfaction. We will be returning to that format at the next meeting. We just were in between some reporting cycles, but I would like to make a down payment on next time's presentation. We will be showing significant progress on quality and patient satisfaction in the latest time interval. The patient satisfaction is federal data, and we have made market improvements in that area. The quality benchmarking that we do is with other university hospitals and academic medical centers, and we've made significant improvements. So I wanted to give a more detailed presentation, and so we'll do that next time instead of doing the special topics that we typically do. So what's today's presentation going to be on? It's a new topic, and I wanted to make sure to frame it. I always think it's important to share with the board what's happening on the front lines at UIHC, and I think that you're very, very familiar with the fact that we remain busy, but we are reaching new levels of busyness. And as we continue to innovate and create new ways to see patients more efficiently and quickly, as we innovate to figure out ways to use our space, we continue to experience ever-increasing numbers of patients that are seeking care at the hospitals, and they're increasingly more ill, more complex, even in presentation. So meaning they know they're complex before they even walk in. It's not a medical mystery. And so I wanted the board to be aware that I've been here for 15 months. In the last 2 months, I've had a significant rise of other hospital CEOs calling me from around the state to ask me what is going on with our transfer policy. And have we started some sort of process of not taking patients? And the answer is Of course, we have not started some sort of policy of not taking patients. However, we are reaching a higher level of beds not being available as immediately as our hospital partners across the state are used to. And so we are going through a process of better working with our colleagues from across the state. But I would say now even other healthcare institutions are beginning to notice. And so I wanted today's presentation to be based on what are we doing as UIHC to deal with this situation, both in the short term and in the long term. Before we did that, I wanted to make sure that we all operated with the same set of facts before we framed what we're doing. So I'll move through that fairly quickly. The title was The Hospital for the State of Iowa. And what I wanted to frame is that a lot of what happens at the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics has very little to do with Iowa City or Johnson County. It has a lot to do with the state. So just framing this, we operate 850 beds at the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, inclusive of adult beds and pediatric beds. We see about 30,000 inpatient admissions per year and about 1 million outpatient visits. Johnson County patients comprise the minority of all patients served by UIHC by a long shot. So 20% of our admissions are for residents of Johnson County and 30% of our visits. So if you do a simple math on this, we're talking about 20 to 25,000 admissions a year for not Johnson County, not Iowa City. We're talking about 700,000 patient visits that are not for residents of Johnson County. The majority of our patients are obviously from outside the county, but a significant portion of our patients don't choose to come here. They are referred here by another Iowa hospital. So 1/3 of our nightly census is for patients that were transferred to us from another hospital. And why is this the case? I'll present this today, but mostly because these are complex patients that those hospitals believe, or the patients themselves believe, are best served at the university hospitals and not in their local community, meaning patients are choosing to come here just as much as hospitals are recommending us. So this is a slide that
I could just interrupt real quick. Regent Barker, you asked about the emergency room and were we doing all that we could to inform them of their options. We have told patients that there would be shorter waits in other emergency rooms, even as they sit in our emergency room. And I would say the reaction to that is that they're almost offended. That they believe the right care is in our facility, and for us to suggest that they go elsewhere is not consistent with kind of their desires.
I'm sorry. Is that true of quick care also? I mean, are there cases where you can tell them, hey, go to quick care instead of the emergency room, and they feel the same way? Or
we presented it about 2 meetings ago, and I'll be happy to share it with you again. Quick care volumes are significantly up. So our quick care volumes are increasing at a very high rate, and the total number of patients coming to our emergency room is actually decreasing. So if you take a look at emergency room, the total number of visits, it's actually down. And this is welcome to UI Healthcare. The total number of patients that walked in the door of our emergency room is less than last year, but the wait is longer, because more patients are tying up the emergency rooms. The amount of hours they're in a room is greater because either they are more complex. So we're infusing fluids, which ties up the room a long time. There is advanced diagnosis. They have to have pathology done. They have to have radiology done at an increasing complexity. And then the third reason is they're waiting to go upstairs. So between the 3 reasons, you can actually have an increase in the number of increase in the amount of wait time in your emergency room, even though there are less people coming through than last year. Because the year before, if the patients are less acute, you move through them faster. So we are having a move through the patient faster issue. Now, we are doing some things to create fast tracks for less acute patients so that we can keep a certain set of rooms for that. But at a certain point, when you get so many really ill patients, morality and medical ethics kind of come in and say, no, you really need to take care of the far more sick patients, not try to keep 3 rooms open for simple stuff. And so it does, at a certain level, even in spite of best intentions, shut down the place or slow down the place. We don't shut down the place. We slow down the place.
You just opened the urgent care center.
Yeah, we opened another, as Brooks was sharing, we opened another urgent care center. So what we're trying to do is capture people through geographic convenience, that they get to know an urgent care local to their home, so they give that a try before they go to the emergency room. But again, I'll show you the statistics. A lot of the emergency room patients are not from Johnson County. And so this is more of a system issue than it is there. So on the next slide, this is a slide that folks said on my team that I made this slide, which is why it's not entirely clear. I have no background in graphics, and I only know how to use one color. So next time we have people for this that do a better job. But the key thing here is that the Johnson County Tower is only 145 beds. We have different names for our towers, and we already did the capital planning meeting, so we're not building new towers. But when you look at this, you could think about it that different parts of Iowa actually have their own tower, because so consistently those regions fill up our hospital in such a manner. And so you can see that the Johnson County Tower is about the same as the Quad Cities Tower. The reason I wanted to reflect it this way, Des Moines Tower is 76 beds. I mean, Des Moines has some of the finest hospitals in the state, but still they refer to us on such a consistent basis that you see 76 beds. Again, this is inclusive of peds. So there are a significant number of pediatric beds in that Des Moines Tower. You can see the Cedar Rapids Tower. You won't find that surprising. They're just a little bit up the road. So 60 beds we're operating of Cedar Rapids patients. But you can see that regionally, Southeast Iowa would be the tower that has the largest number of beds, 234 beds. And that's all the way to the border in that direction, and a significant reach into Burlington and other areas. I wanted to help visualize this, that even the western part of the state, the northwest and southwest Iowa towers, we run 28 beds on a consistent basis that are western Iowa. And everyone knows Nebraska is more convenient. It's a much quicker commute. They still come to us for the excellence at the University of Iowa. Key issues here are we're willing to see all Iowa patients, regardless of their ability to pay. I think that comes into play as to why folks rely on us. The further away they come, they know that they're going to get comprehensive care. They're going to get treated the same way. And whether they are a prisoner or a free person, that we will have the same thing. So that's why you have some patients traveling a long way. I'll also say here, Northwest and Southwest Iowa, kids will come. So I mean, that's about half adult, half kids. I just wanted to pause here and see if there were any questions, because this is a pretty critical point for what's about to follow.
Any questions?
Now I'll move through the rest of it a little more quickly. So if you look at this, the main issue that you need to look at is the case mix index. It's a scale that goes up to 3. But the national average in a hospital is 1.2. And so anything considered over 2 is highly, highly acute. So you're talking about under 1% of admissions in America on the scale are above 2.7. So when you start looking at how high the acuity is, we are approaching virtually every high acuity patient in the state is coming to us. You know, if you started looking at those kinds of numbers, and that's why when you look at Des Moines, it's not surprising that the case mix index for Des Moines is the highest, because the Des Moines community can virtually handle every moderately complex patient, but they only send to us when it's really, really complex. And that's why you see that case mix index as so high. But you can see across the region, we're having a tough time. We as a state are having a tough time managing patients with a higher case mix index than 2. What's the number one correlation with case mix index? Age. So as you have an aging population, you're going to see this case mix rise. This is just, I'm not going to cover this. Johnson County is only 30% of our clinic outpatient visits, which shows you this is not a bed phenomena only. That patients travel for faculty doctor appointments to the University of Iowa on a regular basis. So Johnson County, again, only accounts for 30%. Again, you will see a much higher distribution in eastern Iowa. Next slide, emergency department. This is where Regent Barker we're talking about. It's kind of interesting. 55% of our emergency department patients don't live in Johnson County. They are choosing to drive past other hospitals into Iowa City in order to do this. So when we try to think of solutions for our emergency department and we're trying to turn away a patient and they get offended, it's because they drove an hour and a half to get here. And now you're asking them after an hour and a half, navigating our parking and everything else to get in. I mean, not that there's anything wrong with our parking. The issue is that we're now telling them, hey, have you thought about going somewhere else? And so we've stopped that scripting because it's placing our staff in a position of seeming like they don't care. Or as if we're, what they count on at the UIHC is to not cherry pick patients. And when we start talking to people about going elsewhere, they seem to think it doesn't fit our culture. And so we need to be very sensitive, but this is eye-opening data that we have this. This is not unusual. Surgery, Johnson County is only 16%. That makes a lot of sense. Complex patients do come to us for surgery, so we expected this number to be in this range. Inpatients, again, 17.5%. Again, we've talked about this already, so it's just the inpatient side is what we do understand. That's why all the towers that are not Johnson County are so much larger. Why does Iowa depend on UIHC? This is, again, some regional way of looking at the acuity. And acuity is just how sick and how complex is the need of the patient that's in the bed. And again, case mix index is only calculated on inpatients. So on the million outpatients, I can't speak to it, but I would say it probably correlates a lot like this as well. So one of the issues that we have to think about is this. This is what UIHC is feeling today. We are on the front lines experiencing a longer wait in the emergency department. As we said before, calls for new patient appointments are increasing. Usually once you hear that the emergency department's backed up or that our appointments, it takes several weeks to get in, usually patients then realize, hey, it's going to take a little while to get in there. I'll try elsewhere. But our calls keep increasing because even though it's going to take a little bit longer, folks feel as though the faculty have expertise and our facilities and services have expertise that they're willing to wait for. So we continue to have, the phones are only ringing more. There's greater demand for our outpatient surgical services, behavioral health services. We've mentioned to you, we're very proud of our crisis stabilization unit in our emergency room. Again, now, the simple answer is we're full again. It's no different than before we built the crisis stabilization unit. There are now behavioral health patients again in our main emergency room. But again, we've not lost hope. We will be bringing plans to you to add a dedicated pediatric crisis stabilization unit, which will be of great benefit to adolescents. Because it's really not good for those patients to be in the main ER waiting. So we're going to continue to fight the fight, but I'm just saying the demand continues to rise. And I already talked to you about the other hospitals complaining that we don't bring in transfers. I also wanted to show that it's not an inpatient phenomena as well. Our clinic volumes continue to increase. Patients requiring admissions are facing a longer stay in the ED. This is just simply a fact that we are more full more consistently. So it's a lot of hospitals thin out on the weekends. And because a lot of hospitals thin out on the weekends, they send their patients to us, so we get more busy on the weekends. It is now a 7-day-a-week phenomena. Patients waiting in the ED have also increased sharply. But you can see here the surgical volume increase continues to say we invest in our faculty. We are investing in faculty that can continue to meet these rising demands. And this is why you can see we're able to do more surgeries on more patients, not from Iowa City, because we keep adding faculty that continue to offer service to the state. And so this surgical volume shows the commitment of the faculty to serve the state. You can't get this kind of year-over-year growth if you don't continue to recruit top-notch faculty, and they are willing to work for the University of Iowa, largely because of the issues that Brooks brought up, which is the ability to participate in research and teaching. That is the critical reason why they pick this state and pick us. Our inpatient volumes are increasing. Now let me just get to you what we're doing. We do have a game plan to improve operations. If you improve operations, then what that means is patients don't stay in the beds for the right amount of time and don't overstay. And we have a lot of patients overstaying. So if we can become more efficient, get lab and radiology done on time, if we can get discharge instructions done on time, this will mean that we can see more patients even with the same number of beds. We have to do more for staffing. As patients are sicker and they're here all the time, we are increasing the staffing ratios on different units. Can't do every unit simultaneously. We're working through this. We're continuing to invest in compensation and training. What's the most difficult thing in the hospital business when you're full? A vacant position. We've worked with our human resources colleagues, and as I've mentioned, we've made a lot of progress working with our human resources colleagues on recruitment, but the vacancies only become more painful. Our vacancy rate has actually trended better. We have less vacant positions as a percentage, but in certain areas we're really hurting. OR nurses, as a specific example, respiratory therapists, medical office assistants. So in these areas, having any vacancy rate is really painful. As Regent Barker has highlighted, we have major initiatives to educate patients about going to quick care, urgent care, family medicine locations. We are also working on prioritizing our transfers. We do have many patients that get sent to Iowa City as a Hail Mary, and our faculty are very, very interested in taking those patients because we're almost a facility of last resort. Many of these patients were not successful with 95% of the time. So if there are patient populations that we're not successful with 95% of the time because the patient most likely needs palliative care and not continued care, it's not fair to the rest of the patients for us to tie up beds for a couple of weeks with these kinds of patients. So we're partnering with the transferring facilities to see how we can better partner on these things. And then we also want to figure out a fast track process for transfers as well. But ultimately, we need to work on more partnerships with facilities that are not in Iowa City. And we have a healthy appetite to work with hospital systems, post-acute services, other players that are willing to help us manage patients, because if we can better manage patients in their own communities, then they don't need to come to Iowa City at the same rate. So you will see more and more from UI Healthcare on wanting to drive value for Iowans, not just in Johnson County, but partnering in other locations. Sometimes that'll be us with our own shingle, trying to provide those services in those communities, but more often than not, we're going to look for like-minded partners that want to serve all of these patient populations in partnership with us. So I'll pause there. Are there any questions on this section? Thank you. I'll turn it over to Brad for, as usual, the more exciting portion of this presentation.
Okay. I won't belabor a lot of the financial results, but if you know anything about healthcare financials, high volume and full hospitals are going to yield positive financial results. If you were just to look at a rule of thumb, I've always said in my career, the bane of a hospital CEO's existence is excess capacity. Suresh is not suffering from that, but the second difficulty would be overuse of the capacity that we have, which is where we are. So below 80% census and occupancy, you have excess capacity in a facility. Above 85, you're so full that the gears are starting to grind and it becomes very difficult. And we're clearly above 85% full. But if you look then at our financials, this is through November, just the way that the calendars fell. We didn't have the opportunity to submit our more recent financials, but this trend has continued. So our margin year to date through November was 6.2% versus a budget of 3.3%. So very strong financial results. Which is almost entirely the result of high volumes and our ability to try to manage underneath that. The trends that you see underneath and represented on the page are consistent with what you've seen for the last year and a half or 2 years. The one exception that I'll point you to is in the top right-hand corner on revenues. What you actually see there is while our revenues are 3.5% above budget, the inpatient revenues are actually a little bit below budget. Our outpatient revenue was growing extremely fast, and some of that is the result of the fact that wherever we can, we are directing patients into an outpatient site of service. We're actually also seeing significant growth in things like cancer and chemotherapy and infusion, and so that number grows very quickly. The other thing that we're seeing a little bit on the inpatient side is we do have a couple of service lines where we've had faculty turnover, and that has limited our case volume. And so adult heart surgery is one of the areas where we're not quite at the place where we were a year ago, but we're now fully staffed with our faculty, and we believe that those cases will come back and continue to grow. Even with those difficulties, we are very, very full in the house. If you turn to the next page, just on the financials, I'll just highlight 3 or 4 things here. One of the things that you might find curious, if you look on operating income about 2/3 of the way down the page, so you'll see that we have an operating income so far this year of $50 million. But if you go to the right, you might ask yourself, well, you had made $40 million last year. Why in the world did you budget $26 million? Why did you budget a decrease in the margin that you expected to see in the upcoming year? And the answer to that was in some of what Suresh spoke to. The rate at which we were running in the prior year, I would say, was not sustainable. The staffing ratios that we had, some of the compensation levels that we were accustomed to were not going to bode well into a long-term future. And so we began budgeting in the current year to staff at a higher level. We made some exceptions in giving higher raises to some of our staff. And so we actually anticipated that our budget margin would decline. We can only go so far down because of the expectations we've set with the rating agencies. And what actually has happened, though, is we're far in excess of what we expected. But you'll see on the salary and wage line, second highlight, so we budgeted to go relevant time periods from $325 million to $354 million. That's where the staffing is. What you'll see is we're actually $10 million below that because of the difficulty we're having in filling some positions. We are back, unfortunately, in the situation where we're using some travelers or agency nurses in some of the key areas, and so we are experiencing a ramp up, trying to catch up to our volume. It's a little bit of a moving train. We would probably have been maybe adequately staffed if our volume had been where we budgeted, but because our volume is so far ahead of where we budgeted, we're chasing a moving train and still needing to add staff. The result of that is that the staff feel burnout, they're tired, and that can be a dangerous cycle if you let it get too far, because they burn, they leave, and you're constantly trying to rehire and retrain. But other than that, our financials are very strong and far in excess of what we had budgeted, and something that we hope we can continue. We are in that, if you're a financial person, in that stair step of fixed expenses. So we're maximizing the fixed expense structure that we have. We will, in not too long of a future, need to make a next step in our fixed expenses, or our ability to continue to grow and to handle the patient volumes from across the state will not be possible in what we do here. So that's a very quick summary. We add this slide, I think, on a regular basis, just so that you see there are actually 15 or so metrics that the rating agencies use, but they're kind of in these 3 buckets. And so for our AA bond rating, our margin is stronger than what they would expect. Our days cash or our liquidity measures are still low. And we are constantly focusing on that. That's a balance between margin and capital. And then you can see that our debt ratio is in a very good spot and actually has been falling recently. And we are actively looking at our debt structure and how we appropriately use our leverage to maximize our physical plant. And we will be back to you, I think, with further conversations in that regard. So I'll stop there with the financial summary.
Yes, Regent Barker.
So we're operating margins well above the median, I see. Are there any comparable institutions, that have an operating margin where where ours is?
It's an interesting question, and we were actually debating a little bit on the drive over. I just attended a meeting of academic medical centers, and I'll give you 2 data points, and then I'll give you a data point that is a little bit different. They actually had an active polling method going on in the meeting, and they had people click where their margins were. So 0 to 2, kind of 3 to 5, 3 to 6, and then above 8. And so we are kind of right in the middle. Many of the academic medical centers have a margin that is in the 3 to 6% range. Very, very common. There, about a quarter of the facilities were above 8%. Above 8. And so that was one question. They also asked the audience, how many of you have better margins than you did last year? And I would say about 2/3 of the audience raised their hand and said their margins were improved. And it's largely the same dynamics that we have here. So that was this meeting, and I don't want to indicate that that was a representative sample, especially for our statistician dean or provost. That was not a representative sample, but it was an indicator. We also just recently received a report from the AAMC, which talked on their Council on Teaching Hospitals, and what that report indicates is that for academic medical centers as a whole, the margins across the country are actually declining, and that we're in a more favorable spot than the average academic medical center or teaching hospital across the country. And so our theory, and maybe we can comment a little bit more on this in the future, is that as there are in research, there are the have and have not institutions. In the academic medical centers, you may see a bifurcation where there are those that are high intensity, and they're in situations where they really are drawing volumes from a large geography, and there are others where they may be struggling, and those are going to have harder and harder times to move forward.
I will say I went to a meeting, University of Colorado, which is a medical school and hospital system, public state. Their margin is 13%, and it's not been below 10% for the last 10 years. So that, there are some that are doing extremely well, and Mayo does very well. With the first 9 months of this year, I saw had a $1.5 billion margin, I think, or $1 billion margin on, I think it was roughly a 10% margin. So, and they're a competitor of ours. So there are some doing extremely well.
How about Minnesota, Dr. Jackson?
Well, Fairview is separate from the University of Minnesota. So
well, you can see how my performance evaluation goes since he's the one who does it. But I would say that it always needs to be put against the projected capital need. Yeah. And so the issue for us is the projected capital need here is pretty significant. As you're local and pretty familiar with our actual physical plant. Our physical plant of where we generate the majority of this revenue is very aged. And so when Rod's presenting elevators, the average cost at this stage in our game that we generate a 6% margin while still funding so much replacement infrastructure in buildings that were built in the 50s, 60s, 70s, the newest buildings being in the late 80s. We have to put an asterisk on our financial situation and the fact that we have an aggressive capital need to stand still. I used to get questions about when are you going to convert those semi-private rooms? Not soon. So we have to do this in each academic medical center, taking in philanthropy, taking in state support, is in a different place. But I would say what correlates our margin also is very much what Brad said, and this is what we're hanging on to, is that a lot of academic medical centers are only able to provide the minimum necessary tertiary quaternary service. What's happening here is they get just enough of that volume off of indigent care. They don't fund robust research and teaching programs. And so that's when we talk about haves and have-nots. It's the ability to maintain our transplant programs. It's the ability to offer all the clinical trials that we do in our cancer center. It's the ability to have the Neurosciences Institute that has a lot of basic research that feeds into it as well. So these centers of excellence are why we try to hang on, and we are in an arms race. So when we were looking at it, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, their hospital facilities look a little nicer, a little newer than ours do. So when candidates come to interview here, the reason this matters is when you come into our OR, they don't care if the carpet's that nice or these things, but they say, hey, but this room was built in the 70s, and I don't think it fits the right size biplane anymore. And that is something that allows you to either offer the latest treatments or you don't. And so healthcare is a very capital-intensive issue, and a faculty member will not come over what kinds of latest equipment you're able to offer in that OR, because that's really critical to what they think about. And so that's why I would say here that the capital demand is pretty significant. We wouldn't worry about these ratios so much if we were already in a newer building. In Dallas, our entire medical center at UT Southwestern, the oldest building is 1990, and every building is newer than that. And so the replacement capital that you need to fund for margin is much, much lower.
I just want to pile on because I'm really glad you brought that up, Suresh. In a couple of simple points. First of all, a business that doesn't need to grow can have a 0% margin. But if it needs to grow, it needs to add capacity, add capital, then it needs to start having a positive margin. And I think sometimes we forget that. Secondly, we're in a shortening capital replacement cycle industry, if you will. It is what's happened over the last 20 years, an explosion of technology, which has been great for patient care, great for research, great for a lot of outcomes. On the other hand, the equipment that we used to put in our infrastructure in our hospital that might last 8 years is now 4 years. And then it's changing in size, it's changing in energy usages. So we're just becoming increasingly capital intense. And so if you needed 1% margin to grow at a certain rate, you probably need 2% now because just of the increasing technology. And then finally, I would say one of the things happening, and I think we're still trying to figure out how to deal with it, is there's an incredible urbanization going on in Iowa. I don't think we talk about it very much, but if you take a look at the last couple of decades, I mean, people are moving away from the agrarian communities. The hospitals out there are closing. The services that the people that remain still need are not being met locally. That means they're going to places like our hospital. And I think this is happening to a large extent across the entire Midwest and maybe in the whole country. And so what you've got is a dying away on one end of this industry and an incredible growth, faster than population, on the other end of this industry. And we're caught right in the middle of it in the sense that we have an antiquated infrastructure. We have high margins, but we're going to need to spend every nickel of that because I think you know where this is headed. We're going to have to add capacity. There's no question about it. And to start turning away Iowans is not in our DNA, excuse me for the pun. So we've got to deal with this. We need those margins, and we're going to need to get them as high as possible because of the capital spend we have coming, looking ahead. Brooks, looks like you want to hide.
No,
okay.
That's true. It's all true.
Okay, the last part of this presentation, I think we'll go to two themes. One is many systems now really emphasize that you need to have what they would call a complete continuum of care, all the way from individual physicians, some people call them doc in the box, urgent care, all the way through a post-acute service that would include rehabilitation, skilled nursing facilities, and maybe even a long-term acute care facility. In Iowa, and especially in eastern Iowa, there's been a lack of post-acute care in that continuum, and something that we at the University of Iowa have not had. And so, independent from any of our conversations, two national firms, Kindred and Encompass, identified Iowa as a target market because of the number of inpatients that exist, but also not having the ability to treat them. And so we were fielding calls from these facilities, and many of them asking us to be partners. I'll keep the long story short. We felt like out of our potential options, one option would be to just stand back and let them do it on their own. The other option would be to pick a partner and try to create the efficiencies and the coordination of care that we felt like would benefit the patients the most. We chose that option, a partnership option, with a company that we felt like is an expert in this niche, and we have been working towards a joint venture with them to provide coordinated care. They were coming regardless of whether we were going to partner with them or not. But we have been fortunate enough, I think, to develop and to negotiate a joint venture with them. So we're largely doing this because it's improved patient care. We have people that fall in these illness cohorts, stroke, trauma, spine injury, that spend a lot of time in our hospital when it's not needed. And so even though we could talk forever about the capacity constraints, it's also not good clinically. They need to be in an environment where they're around patients that are like them. They need to be in an environment where they're experts in getting them back to home, back to work, back to some level of independence that they're really not going to find as well as you could if they stayed in an acute care facility. And so what you'll see here is a focus on quality. And we want to make sure that we can improve our patient flow, helping them get to the right place at the right time. We want to have a continuum of care, and we want to make sure that we don't get into the case. What happens sometimes is you discharge to home instead of to a rehab facility because it doesn't exist, and then they bounce back to the hospital because we didn't get them all the way to independence or rehabilitate them. So here's on the capacity side, and there are a lot of numbers on this page, and so I won't belabor the point, but if you go to the bottom on the left-hand side, this is our own data in 2019. These are the kinds of cases that are typically treated in a rehab hospital. We took our own 740 discharges in these areas. They on average spent almost 11 days in our hospital. If you looked at what the literature would say, they would have expected them to stay 5.5 days. So they're almost in our hospital twice as long as what you would expect. And so not only is that not good for their care, it's occupying scarce resources that we need for our other patients. So a length of stay index then of almost 2 or double. On the right-hand side, this is a very loose calculation. If we were able to recapture those, what we call opportunity days, if we were to basically get all of that opportunity, that would add 10 beds of capacity in our facility. If we got half of the opportunity, it adds 4 or 5 beds. And so regardless of how the new hospital performs, this adds efficiency and capacity in our existing facility. And we feel like that's a very positive approach. And so what does the joint venture look like? It's a 40-bed inpatient rehab hospital that will open in June of this year. It's already been under construction for several months. It's on time. It's on budget. It's very close to, it's in the kind of the North Liberty spot where Rod Lennertz was referring to for the permission to plan on Oakdale Boulevard. And it will be a 50-50 joint venture, but Encompass will be the managing partner. They are an expert in this. You'll see on later slides, they run many of these facilities across the country, and many of their facilities are joint ventures, and even more specifically, joint ventures with academic medical centers. They will hire the staff, they'll provide the IT infrastructure, the day-to-day management. What we asked for in the joint venture was the exclusive right to be the clinical provider. So it will only be our physicians, our faculty. We will have the exclusive right to be the medical directors and set clinical protocols. And so we felt like that was the right balance, and they were agreeable to that. The capital cost is $27 million. We would be responsible for half of that. We've been able to negotiate a delayed funding of the capital so that we can preserve capital and cash. It has a positive margin in the second year and a positive net present value as in isolation of what it would do in the main house. And so this is mostly for informational purposes. This was presented and approved by the UIHS board, and we have executed the documents on behalf, but we presented it to you partly because we wanted you to understand that we're not sitting by and not trying to use every avenue and every vehicle possible to create capacity to improve the patient care that we have and to do it in the most efficient way possible. And so these are the joint ventures that you can see across the country. Many of them are academics. So Missouri, WashU, University of Virginia, where I came from, all had longstanding partnerships with Encompass, and we're very excited about the opening of the facility. And you can see here the location and a mock-up of the facility. They believe that actually our own patient volume out of our acute care hospital could fill 70 beds. So the building has been constructed in a modular fashion so that it could easily expand and add 30 beds at the appropriate time, but we started with the 40. We'll be embedding care coordinators in our inpatient acute care facility so that the day a stroke patient is admitted, we can begin the transitions of care, and it'll be seamless. It will be called the University of Iowa Rehab Hospital. So to our patients, they'll feel like very much it's a continuum of care, not that they're being sent to some other facility that doesn't have our quality providers. So we're very excited about this, and I'm sure you'll all be getting invitations to the ribbon cutting in June.
Does anybody have any questions at this point? Suresh and Brad, thank you so very much. But I just wanted, it's a very clear and concise and thorough presentation and very patient-centered for the whole state. Good job. Okay, Dr. Jackson, go ahead.
Okay, I am now pleased to introduce our faculty speaker, Christopher Adams. Chris is a physician scientist who received his MD, PhD training from the University of Iowa and then completed 7 years of clinical and research training at the University of Texas Southwestern Medical Center in Dallas, where his specific mentors included Nobel laureates. We are delighted that Chris chose to return to the University of Iowa in 2006 as a member of the faculty to start his independent research career, and he now holds the rank of professor in the Department of Internal Medicine. As a physician, he cares for patients with diabetes and other endocrine disorders, and as a scientist, he performs research on mechanisms and treatment of skeletal muscle atrophy. He also teaches medical students, residents, and fellows in the clinical setting, as well as undergraduate students, graduate students, and postdocs in the research setting. So we're delighted that he made time to join us today to give you a brief overview of the important and exciting research he is doing to improve the health and quality in life for patients with muscle atrophy, obesity, and diabetes. And I think you'll hear that his research could really impact these areas of obesity and diabetes, which is, as you know, a major issue in this country.
Well, thank you so much for that kind introduction, and thank you for the opportunity to present here. It's just a real pleasure and honor to be here. So I may use a pointer a bit up here if that might be helpful for some things. So really the problem that we have focused on for the last 10 years is called skeletal muscle atrophy. So when we become older, or if we experience things like malnutrition, muscle disuse, critical illness, virtually any chronic illness, all of these things cause our muscles to become smaller and weaker. And that disease process, which is called skeletal muscle atrophy, leads to some very serious consequences for our patients. So they lose strength and mobility. So that has a huge impact on people's, not just their health, but also their quality of life. This is a major cause of loss of independent living or nursing home placement. It delays illness, it delays recovery from illness and injury, so it's a major issue for our hospitalized patients. It impairs the metabolism of patients. So for example, it promotes obesity and diabetes. And then finally, it's a major cause of falls, fractures, and actually it's a major cause of increased mortality in patients who are old or sick. So in addition to having very serious, being very common and serious, muscle atrophy lacks an effective therapy, and that's illustrated by the graph in this on this slide. So on the x-axis here, we have treatment availability, and on the y-axis, the percent of people in the number of people in the country who have this. As you can see, muscle atrophy, it's almost as common as high blood pressure, but we don't have any medicines for it, zero medicines. So what we do in the laboratory is we investigate the molecular mechanisms of muscle atrophy, how it's occurring, what's going on at the molecular level in our muscle. And then we try to use that information to find chemical compounds or small molecules that might be used to eventually treat or prevent muscle atrophy in our patients. So in the course of that research, we discovered two chemical compounds that reduce muscle atrophy. The compounds are called ursolic acid and timidine. So both of these compounds act directly on our muscles, and they cause the muscles to grow. And by doing that, they reduce muscle atrophy and weakness. Turns out these compounds have a second effect, and that is that by increasing muscle, ursolic acid and timidine decrease fat. And the way this works is that our muscle is the main thing that burns calories in our body. And so if you have more muscle, you burn more calories, you have less fat, and that reduces the overall body fat. It also provides protection against obesity and then the things that follow obesity, such as type 2 diabetes. Another really interesting thing about these compounds is that they're natural. So ursolic acid is found in a number of different edible plants and fruits, including apples, so it's abundant in the peels of apples. The timidine comes from tomatoes, green, unripe tomatoes particularly. So, so these compounds, they have good safety profiles. There have been a number of confirmatory studies from the scientific community and from industry since we originally identified them. Our approach to taking this forward, translating it, which is the word, what we call moving things out towards society, the approach that we took was we formed a company. And the company is called Emion. This is an emerging biotechnology company. The way we look at it is the vehicle by which we translate the research that we do. We founded this company in the year 2012. We had created some very early stage intellectual property in our laboratory at the University of Iowa and at the VA hospital across the street. We created that and then licensed that back to the company in 2014. And then since then, we've been trying to move it forward and develop it. And the basic concept of the company is we do the early stage discovery and development that many big companies maybe don't want to do. And then we try to find big companies to partner with us to create products, not just for humans, but also for animals, as I'll tell you in a moment. The company is it's funded by private investors, by SBIR awards from the National Institutes of Health, and also it's beginning to receive some commercial revenue from some of these commercial partnerships. So we're pursuing 4 areas of translation. And I think we're making progress in all of these areas. So the first area is production animal nutrition. So the idea here is to create a new generation of safe and highly effective feed additives. And this is an important need in the industry as the industry is beginning to transition away from traditional growth promoters such as beta agonists or even antibiotics. And so for this field, we recently entered into a commercial agreement with a large international company that hopes to begin launching products next year. The second area of interest is companion animal nutrition, and by that we mean like pets, dogs and cats. The issue here is that companion animals also suffer from muscle atrophy and obesity. We keep our pets longer than ever. Those are also major unsolved problems in pet health. And we and others believe that compounds like ursolic acid and timidine could be part of the solution. And so for this application, we also entered into a commercial agreement recently with a different large international company that hopes to begin launching products in the next year, hopefully. The third area is human nutrition. So now this is now getting closer to what we really started out and thinking about in the beginning and what we care about the most. The idea here is that as natural dietary compounds, things like ursolic acid and timidine could form the basis for functional foods or dietary supplements that really help promote healthy aging, which I think is a major challenge facing our society, and also, to improve things like hospital nutrition, help people, get the right things in their body that can help get them out of bed and get them better and home. So for this area, we recently we're in discussions with a number with I think, 4 different large companies right now, trying to nail down who is going to be the industry partner. We also recently initiated a partnership with the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, which is also very concerned about the problem of muscle atrophy, especially in hospitalized patients. And they approached me last year and asked me to initiate and direct a national research action on this problem, and so they would like to do that in collaboration with our research group and all of this research program. So we've started that, and that's pretty exciting. We're bringing in a lot of the major laboratories in our field are coming together to work together on this issue to try and solve this problem. The fourth area that we're interested in, it's a longer-term interest. This is pharmaceuticals. So the idea here is to use what we're learning here and make some medicines, some drugs that can help treat muscle atrophy and also address problems like obesity and diabetes. So for this, for the pharmaceutical area, we've had very strong support from the National Institutes of Health. A really important person in this effort is when we formed the company, it was an opportunity to bring in some really good scientists, and one of them is our vice president of chemistry. His name is John Talley. John is probably the world's most accomplished medicinal chemist. He's invented 8 FDA-approved drugs to date. He was lead inventor of Celebrex and several of the HIV medicines that have been so important for our patients. And now, really for the last 5 or 6 years, John has been working closely with us to, try to unlock the medicinal potential of compounds such as ursolic acid and timidine. So pharmaceutical, very long, expensive, and high-risk path, but we feel that we're making progress, and we're hopeful that someday we can have some new medicines for our patients. So we found some compounds, and we started a company, and it's growing organically, and we feel that it's beginning to emerge. But in the meantime, we're really working, most of our work is really focused in the laboratory, trying to understand the mechanistic basis of skeletal muscle atrophy. And what I mean by that is that understand what's going on. What are the proteins and genes in our skeletal muscles that are changing as we get older or when we get sick? And if we can understand that, then that allows us to develop new ideas for new approaches that could potentially help this process. And I think it's a very important point that the mechanistic work is what enables the therapeutic discoveries. So it's important for what we want to do. It's also really interesting, I think, and very exciting. And one new finding that we're very excited about is shown in this slide. So this is a mechanism that we've identified over the last couple of years that really explains how our muscles become smaller and weaker as we get older when we get sick. And the way this works is that these things such as aging and these different disease conditions, they cause 2 proteins to bind to a specific gene in skeletal muscle. And the 2 proteins are called ATF4 and CEBP beta, and the gene is called GAD45A. So when these disease conditions force the binding of these 2 proteins to this gene, that activates the gene and initiates a process that generates another protein called GAD45A. And this protein then is what causes muscle atrophy. And we can see this in our patients, and we can study it in our basic science animal models. We can inhibit this pathway with compounds like ursolic acid and timidine, and we can also inhibit it with genetics. So, for example, we recently created some mice that lack this protein ATF4 only in their skeletal muscle. So, and this is some data from those mice. So here we're looking at the mice that lack ATF4 in their muscle. So they can't activate that pathway, and they're shown in yellow, and they're compared to normal control mice. And what we're doing in this experiment is we're measuring muscle mass, muscle strength, muscle quality, and exercise capacity when the mice are young and also when they're old. So first, if we look at these different parameters when the mice are young, you can see that the knockout mice, the mice that don't have ATF4, they're the same as the normal mice. Now, if we look at the normal mice as they get older, they lose their muscle mass and they lose strength, muscle quality, et cetera. as expected, because they're getting older, they're getting age-related muscle atrophy, just like happens to our bodies as we get older. But here's what's really important, is these mice that don't have ATF4, you can see that they maintain all of their muscle mass and function even when they get old. So what that tells us is that protein is important. It's required for the loss of strength and muscle mass as we get older. And in fact, this is the first example known to mankind of a protein that's required for the loss of muscle mass and strength as we get older. So work like this is providing us now unprecedented insight into what is going on at the molecular level in our muscles as we get older or when we get sick. It's helping us understand how compounds like ursolic acid and timidine work. And then finally, it's providing new ideas for new types of drugs, new types of diagnostic tools, and even potentially applications such as genetically modified livestock that are resistant to the effects of muscle atrophy. So I'll stop there. I really appreciate your attention. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'd be happy to try to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for Dr. Adams?
I just had
President Richards?
a question.
Yeah.
So if I ate 6 green tomatoes every day, would I have more muscle mass?
And an apple.
And an apple?
I think it's possible. So what we know the most about right now is the apple situation, and the effective dose for a human of this compound you could get by eating somewhere between 3 and 9 apples a day.
Wow.
And Fuji apple has the most ursolic
Yeah,
acid,
that's-
right? Fuji,
that's
right?
exactly-
Fuji.
And it's only in the peels. So if you
But that would inhibit ATF4?
It does.
So that's why it works.
So the research converged that.
3 to 9.
It turns out that's.
So an apple a day?
No, 3 to 9.
Or 6.
But it'd be more efficient just to eat the peels. I mean, eating all the apples, you'll gain weight probably, so just eat the peels.
For the mice, how did you take out ATF4? Through breeding or through some other?
Yeah, through targeted genetics.
Found low ATF4 mice and bred them
Yeah,
repeatedly.
so that's right. So we initially engineer in a mutation to the genome of the mouse, and then we do some
Got it.
breedings, and we can knock it out just in muscles. So it's just, we didn't invent
And is there some reasonably high degree of variability in ATF4 across humans?
Yeah, is there what? I'm sorry.
Is there a meaningful variability of ATF4 across humans? You can see where I'm going here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
The human genetics of muscle atrophy at this point completely unexplored, and just now, like this finding is now like we're starting to get some candidates that you could get with that. But that's a great question. I think that would be very interesting.
We're talking about doing a clinical trial for UIHC.
Yeah.
Go.
Yeah.
We discount the apple.
Wow.
Here we are.
Right?
I'm starting an apple orchard.
Fuji apple's way up.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you,
Dr.
very interesting.
Yes,
Yeah.
very interesting, and all the Fuji apples will be gone in all of our local communities, I'm sure. So, yes, thank you. Yes. And Dr. Jackson, also just thank you for bringing that up about the coronavirus. I just wanted to, that's at the forefront of everybody's mind, and we appreciate you talking about it and UIHC being ready for anything that happens, so.
I got back from China last month. I'm feeling pretty good.
Well, we're glad. We're glad. Thank you. Thank you very much. Is there any other business to come before the committee? Okay, hearing none, the committee is asked to receive the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics presentation, including opening remarks, operating and financial performance report, inpatient rehabilitation facility, and the faculty presentation on mechanism and treatment of skeletal muscle atrophy. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, the UIHC presentation is received. Now adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Bates. We almost skipped over you.
I know, and it was very
I did, yeah. At this time, we have public comment before the board for us to listen. The board recognizes that the opportunity for expression of public views on issues that come before the board is important. Each presenter is limited to 3 minutes of time. We will now open the microphone for the first presenter.
Hello, my name is Laura Emery, and I'm a student at Iowa State University, and I'm extremely concerned about the policies that restrict free speech that have been implemented by the Regent universities. For example, the University of Iowa, Iowa State University, and the University of Northern Iowa have all adopted similar policies stating that chalk can only be used to advertise events that are associated with a student organization. I understand not allowing chalk in certain areas of campus, like around buildings that are on the National Register of Historic Places. However, universities have to have an objective standard for what is considered historic. Having an objective standard will force the restricted area to be as small as possible. For example, in Iowa State's new proposed chalking policy, all of Central Campus is off limits for chalking. Central Campus is a prime area for chalking because it reaches the highest amount of people. By restricting this area, Iowa State University is severely hindering students' ability to promote events. My second problem with these policies is that they are utterly unenforceable. Last week, Monday, a student organization chalked in front of Parks Library. Their chalking included 12 words, which exceeds the interim chalking policy limit of only 7 words. Even though it was reported to campus officials on Monday, it was not taken down until Thursday. In December of 2019, chalking that did not advertise an event and it was not done by a registered student organization appeared all over campus. The consequences for this illegal chalking were completely non-existent. Should the universities employ people to sit and watch each and every restricted sidewalk to ensure that rule breakers get caught? Or to watch the permitted chalkings to make sure that nobody defaces them and that when they do, there are actual consequences? I am calling the university's bluff on this, even though I know you all would have no problem raising my tuition to fund these watchmen. Finally, the university is a place for the free expression and exchange of ideas. President Winterstein stated that, quote, "The goal of the policy is really to respect the beautiful campus and that it was a question of aesthetics," end quote. I wasn't aware that my right to free speech could be taken away simply because of aesthetics. That must be in a new constitution that I'm not familiar with. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm here today to talk to you about the recent chalk proposal that has been brought up recently. This comes up on the heels of a semester that has been filled with messages on the ground. We saw previously this week, Iowa is a very political state, sometimes malfunctioning, but that's beside the point. These ideas and expressions are vital to the process of democracy. A city council seat last semester took place, an election for it took place. The incumbent was beaten by a student in large part due to her chalking campaign. This proves that this has an effect on campaigns. Last semester, when you walked around on campus, you would see everywhere messages, Trump 2020, Bernie 2020, Pete 2020, everyone. On select occasions, it was used in a hateful way. There was messages such as smash the hook nose, referring to Jewish people. But in front of the 9/11 memorial that was placed, somebody had chalked America deserved it. We denounce these messages, but it is their freedom of speech as much as we disagree with it. I've given each of you a list of court cases regarding free speech, and I ask that Iowa State University does not become the next place that is on this list. I came here all the way from Boston because I thought that I'd be able to speak my opinion at Iowa State and speak truth to power. And I think that this ban has made that much harder to do. Thank you.
President Richards, that's the last scheduled speaker that we have.
Thank you for your comments. We appreciate it. We will now recess. Is there any objection to that? Nope. Okay. We'll recess until 1 o'clock. We'll start with the consent agenda. Are there any items the board members would like to remove from the consent agenda for a separate vote? A motion and a second are required to approve and receive items on the consent agenda. Is there a motion?
Second.
Least and Bates. A motion by Regent Least and a second by Regent Bates. Any discussion? We'll have a roll call vote. Regent Least?
Yes.
Regent Dunkel?
Yes.
Regent Lindemeyer?
Yes.
Regent Barker?
Yes.
Regent County?
Yes.
Regent Dakovich?
Yes.
Regent Bates?
Yes.
Regent Butker?
Yes.
Regent Richards votes yes. The motion is approved. I have a couple comments I'd like to make before we get into the afternoon session, if that's okay with everybody. Presidents Harold and Winterstein met with the Board of Regents leadership, each university's legal counsel, and the university chiefs of police to discuss the investigation of allegations relating to the University of Iowa band from the September 14th, 2019 Iowa State football game. Following an investigation, it was determined there was not enough evidence available to substantiate the pursuit of any charges. All three university presidents have agreed to work together to review and improve game management policies for games on each of our campuses prior to the start of the 2020 fall semester. These efforts are underway. Each of our schools has made a commitment to continue to make safety at our games a priority. We want to be able to provide a safe environment for everyone and don't want to feel unsafe at any of our events. We applaud the efforts of all three schools to come together and implement protocols to meet that end. And we'll hear later from the university presidents on these topics. And now I would like to recognize each institution president in turn, and we'll start with Superintendent Gettle. Did you know you were up first?
Evidently not. Yeah, he said. Oh.
And it'll start?
There you go.
Oh, it's down there on the bottom. Oh, look at that.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, President Richard and members of the board. It's a pleasure to give you an update about the special schools. I want to start with a little information about our school athletics and see a photograph of one of our ISD cheerleaders. But we had 8 ISBVI students that recently competed in the North Central Association of Schools for the Blind Conference cheerleading competition and wrestling tournament that was hosted down at the Arkansas School for the Blind. And there's 12 member schools in that association. We had students from Carlisle, Storm Lake, Chariton, Des Moines, Southampton, Urbana, Center Point, and we also had students from Hinton and Wheeler, and they all went down. We had sort of the inaugural participation of our cheerleading team in a competition. They placed 7th, and we also had our mascot down there. One of the boys suited up as the Iowa Braille School, or ISBVI Ram. They have a name for him. I can't remember what they came up with. And then we had Eli Buck from Hinton placed 2nd in the 190-pound weight class in wrestling, and Brett Wheeler from Marion placed 4th. Now at ISD, our girls basketball team up to last week had 7 wins and 8 losses, and that's really pretty good because we had a 6-game win streak, and most of those wins were against other teams from Schools for the Deaf. We had a competition, 4-school competition on our campus a couple of weeks ago, and they had 3 wins and 3 losses against Minnesota Academy, Missouri School, and then Metro School, which is up in Minneapolis. And the boys, they've done well. They've improved a lot. We've got 5 wins and 9 losses, but that's after 3 seasons without a win. So we're pretty excited about the prospects for next year, too. We just have 4 seniors. We have a squad of 12 kids. So they, again, had at that tournament that we hosted, they won 2 of 3 games there, and so we took 2nd place. This week, well, today, they're traveling down to Sulphur, Oklahoma for the Great Plains School for the Deaf season-ending tournament. We have 8 schools down there competing, assuming they can get there, but they're on a charter bus, so we think their travel will be pretty safe. And both the boys and the girls teams were seeded 5th for that tournament. And if you go to YouTube and you just look for GPSD, you can watch live stream of those games starting tomorrow, and they'll run Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Something else that's happening on campus. The other way. This way? Oh, the other one. Jeez. I'm just a constant source of entertainment, aren't I? Oh, there. We have a new face interning on our campus this starting back at just after Christmas. Yukon Yan. He's from Ning City in China. He's graduated with a BA in digital media from Chengchun University, and he's participating in the U.S. Deaf Schools. It's a Confucius Classroom Project, and it's sponsored by St. Cloud University. And the upshot of the project is that he will come in and work with our students to learn about Chinese culture and Chinese sign language. And he will be able to take back to China his experience about U.S. culture, U.S. teaching methodologies, and American Sign Language that we use here, that we practice in Schools for the Deaf in America. And so he's had a couple of projects with kids. He works with the teachers and the dorm staff to engage the kids in some cultural experiences with food or dance or sign language. He's going to teach the kids and the staff some Chinese Sign Language throughout the school year. He'll be here through the summer and into November next year. Part of the project includes research. They did a pre-test with the kids to see what their knowledge was of Chinese culture, and they'll do a post-test then when he's finished to see how much they have learned. The other schools involved are Delaware and the Minnesota State Academy. Now I want to talk a bit about our school improvement plan. We have a strategic plan for the board that runs through 2021. We have goals in there that come from our school improvement plans for Iowa Educational Services for the Blind and Iowa School for the Deaf. But we're redeveloping our school's strategic plan now at Iowa School for the Deaf, and we're going to use this framework of multi-tiered systems of support, which is adopted by Iowa Department of Education and implemented in all the public schools. It is a foundation or a framework for comprehensive school improvement plans, and then it also ties in with the accountability system that public schools use. And what we like about it is that it's not just an evaluation of instructional practices, but it also looks at leadership factors and then the allocation of resources to support student achievement. It's built on an every student approach to learning, with the goal that all students are proficient in academic content areas, and that they can demonstrate social, emotional, and behavioral expectations. The framework was, again, developed collaboratively with the Department of Ed and then other education agencies and partners. And we believe that it'll work well as we focus on literacy, math, and also, and we're really happy that one of the components is social and emotional and behavioral health. We talked about implementation of positive behavioral intervention supports maybe a couple of meetings ago. That ties right in with this framework and that part of our curriculum. It also addresses all the federal regulations for Every Student Succeeds Act and then state Department of Education accountability or accreditation requirements. And it's prevention-based. It's built on team-driven, data-based problem solving for improving the outcomes for our students. And at the school level, the framework, MTSS framework, helps the administrators and the teachers build a framework that identifies and aligns key components from curriculum and instruction with the funding and the resources that we have, including time and prioritization of our utilization of time and teacher resources, and then ties in with the development of training needs to support our staff in the implementation of curriculum, and then it has an evaluation component for that implementation. I mentioned that it is tied in with the credibility or accountability for public schools. The process that the Department of Ed has implemented with public schools a couple years ago is called differentiated accountability, but there's really 5 domains, and you can see on the graph there. And it's more than just instruction in the core, the general core, but also looks at the area of intervention supports, which you might think of as specially designed instruction that kids have, that all of our kids have in their IEPs, or there's also support, structured supports, intervention strategies, intervention supports, special reading programs, pull-out time, the additional resources you give kids that are identified as at risk, but not yet in need of maybe a specially designed instruction or IEP goal. And then there's leadership, there's indicators that look at leadership, and then infrastructure, again, those resources that the school has. It's all the decision-making is funded in the data that you collect from all those components, 4 other components of your school program. And then that, in the center there, healthy indicators, really talking about the survey data, the other indicators that you get from your constituents, from teachers, from students through surveys, your graduation rates, those kinds of things that you can measure that will tell you whether or not your school's on track and meeting the needs of kids or not. To get started with the process, you need to do a self-assessment, and there was it's called a SAMI, or a self-assessment of multi-tiered systems of support implementation, and a group of us got some training on that from the Green Hills AEA a couple of months ago. We went through a process with our staff here recently to just look at that evaluation tool. But what the tool does, it's got 38 indicators, again, around those 5 domains, and then it measures school-level implementation of that framework. It helps you identify and prioritize the needs you might have in each of those areas. You know, if you rate well in a domain, you might look at another domain to focus your efforts for improvement. It has a guide for action planning or developing the plans to address your needs that you've identified. And then you can go back through with teams and reevaluate or rescore yourself, your school, your classroom work. You can go right on down to just evaluating a teacher and their assignment all the way to the school level, and what we're doing across the school with, say, curriculum and instruction. And you can do that as often as you want to. If you're improving, you're going to get a higher score. But again, it's all self-assessed, and that's why you have a kind of a diverse team get together to help you decide whether or not you really are making progress or not. We started this process back in January. We plan to have a new school improvement plan developed and ready for implementation sometime next fall. And the benefits of using MTSS as a framework for a school improvement plan. Again, there's this culture that it promotes that every student can achieve at a high level. That it helps you prioritize and work toward efficient use of your resources. All students have access to the universal tier, that's the general instruction. For our kids that are engaged so much in special education or intensive supports for their instruction, we sometimes are not mindful that all of our kids also need to be engaged in core instruction, what all the other kids in general ed get. And it helps push you that direction. Again, it's prevention-based. Apply what you need to where you need to, but remember that the kids also need to develop the same set of skills around the same standards that the other students are learning in public schools. Again, we're using data to make decisions. It's a proactive system intended to be proactive rather than reactive because you're assessing and then moving in the directions you need to go. And it also will help you identify where you need to immediately apply some support. Again, to address small skill deficits early on so that they don't become larger skill deficits for a student or groups of students. And so it was, again, a pleasure to be here today to give you an update about the school. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Are there any other questions for Superintendent Gettle? Thank you. We have a little different order here on this, so if we go back, we'll go with the University of Iowa now, if that's probably the way the slides are in the, so I understand. Thank you very much. President Harold.
Thank you. Sir. President Richards and members of the board, thank you for this opportunity to update you on what we're doing on campus in order to deliver quality outcomes for our students, families, and Iowans. Our core objective at the University of Iowa is pretty simple: delivering world-class education and research. And what I've learned throughout my career is that organizations that somehow wander away from their core tend to wander away in general. So staying focused on that core objective is critical for us and our constituents. And in fact, we're better able to manage the shifts in the marketplace as they come, as one stays focused on one's core. Managing shifts in the marketplace has become a pretty important emphasis for us at the University of Iowa. Over the past 4 years, we've been working with your help to ensure our campus was positioned to deal with the demographic shifts occurring in higher education. And what I'd like to do is to emphasize some of the things we've done over the last several years, like managing our enrollment to ensure a stable population on our campus, redeveloping our budgeting process and how we allocate our resources, adopting the board's recent 5-year tuition plan, and executing the recently approved P3 with our new partner, NG, just to name a few. And while we've previously discussed the issues we will be facing as an industry, today I'd like to drill down on those issues a little more carefully and specifically. While we've all had the opportunity to review some of these slides previously, it's critical that we continue to review this data at a macro as well as at a micro level. From a macro level, we know that the projected growth rate of 18-year-olds from 2012 to 2029 is not what we would consider a bright spot. This is true not only for Iowa, but for the upper Midwest entirely. And while there are areas that we typically recruit students from, they're also going to be going through this duress. The natural question is, why is this occurring? And the answer is quite simple. It's a significant reduction in the birth rate when it started in 2007. And we've already seen a 12% reduction in students of this age in the last 12 years, which means that by 2026, our institutions will see a significant constriction in the number of students available to attend college. As concerning as this is, I think underlying this is something that's rather insidious, which is for the next couple of years, we're going to continue to see a minor uptick. And so we won't start seeing this for a few years yet. And so we're going to go through a couple of years feeling pretty good. But the data is the data, and the birth rates have declined. And as the students start going through the high school years and then start matriculating, it's out and about year 3 or 4 or 5, it's going to be pretty tight and tough. And so I think, while we shouldn't fall asleep and get lulled into complacency here for the next couple of years. A lot of this work's been done by Professor Graw, and here is the projected growth rates of students attending National IV institutions like the University of Iowa, and the trends in that. You can see we're sitting in the red heartland of this problem in many ways. And I believe each of you know that he's developed what he calls a higher education demand index. And this formula creates a projected demand for higher education based upon behaviors of individuals and their likelihood of going on to college. And while one, including one sitting to the left of me, as a statistician, has challenged and reviewed a lot of this, I actually have not seen anybody produce anything different than this. And so I think this is the best view as of this point in time that we currently have. And to that end, we would certainly hope that this isn't going to come to pass, but I don't think hope is a strategy. I think we need to actually assume this is going to come our way and be prepared for it. And how our state responds to these demographic shifts will have a significant long-term impact, not only on the institutions like Iowa and Iowa State and UNI, but the rest of higher education throughout the state, including the privates, including the community colleges. And as each of you know, the higher education marketplace in Iowa is robust with a plethora of choices for students and families. These choices span from ourselves, the regential system, to private institutions and to those community colleges I mentioned. Each of these opportunities provide a unique experience, and it's this diversity that has allowed, frankly, our marketplace to flourish over many, many decades. This marketplace is also precarious, and shifts in strategies by some key actors in a portion of it can have profound and sometimes irreversible impacts on others within that same market. We know that our demographics are changing, and we know that the demographic of those areas that we recruit from are also changing. And so the question before our institutions is, how do we compete as the market shifts? While previous charts are concerning, our campus is primarily interested in understanding what do these demographics mean specifically for us, and what are we going to do about it? Well, the real life actually has been occurring, quite frankly. Much of what I've already said, and this professor talks about, has actually been playing out in Illinois for the last several years. And I'd like to talk a little bit about Illinois. Illinois has had a strong marketplace for generations, very similar to Iowa's, that has allowed students and families robust choices from Chicago to the rural areas downstate. These institutions not only serve the families of Illinois, they were also an anchor of economic activity throughout much of the state and the Midwest. And while these headlines can tell you the distressing story quickly, what underlies those headlines is what interests me. And I'd like to get into that here for a few moments. Illinois has been losing students over the past decade and will continue to lose more over the next decade. The response to this change in the market has been interesting as we see growth at only 2 institutions, the University of Illinois, Chicago, and the flagship, University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. The rest of the public 4-year institutions have seen reductions. Said another way, 2 institutions have taken market share from all the rest of the players in the state of Illinois. On the one hand, you have an overall reduction in the number of students attending public universities because of these demographics, but the reactions of 2 to protect themselves have put significant pressure on the rest of the state system. And this has spilled over to the community college marketplace as well. Students have choices in higher education, and the balance of the marketplace in large part is determined by the actions of the public 4-year, significantly larger institutions in the marketplace. If these major institutions choose to grow beyond the existing market demand, they will inevitably begin taking consumers away from other participants as well as other market segments, in this case, the community colleges. I would argue that these dynamics are not necessarily a positive outcome for these institutions or the students and communities they serve, or for the state of Illinois. A marketplace that was developed generations ago to serve the common good by educating society is now suffering due to the actions of the largest players in the marketplace. At the University of Iowa, I will aggressively maintain that we must carry these lessons forward as we think about how we respond to the demographic changes barreling toward us. At the University of Iowa, our response will be centered on the greater good for our society, as well as a continued quest, as outlined in UI's strategic plan, to make our institution excellent, not larger. As I have discussed before, our campus is focused on delivering tangible results for our students and Iowans. Our current strategic plan will help our students in school, allow them to graduate in 4 years, thus reducing their debt, by increasing experiential opportunities, internships, and mentoring programs, through retaining and recruiting the best faculty, by increasing peer-reviewed research, increasing citations, and increasing the national visibility of our faculty, and finally, increasing access to quality health care while playing our part in stimulating Iowa's economy. We have built the mechanisms that will allow us to materially impact.
We are Iowa Student Action. We are a movement of students across Iowa who know that education is a human right. Every one of